And we're off. Day 3 of the NFL draft up and running. Decided to hop on because the Jets are picking 9. Could trade up. The picks come fast and furious at this point. And similar to yesterday, I have no idea what the plan is. I might just stay on for the next 5 hours or 4 hours, however long this takes. And I think I'll probably at least do the 4th round live, right? Jets have 3 picks. That would make sense. But first 2 picks of the round, Jatavian Sanders, great news for the Jets. And Troy Franklin, more great news for the Jets. The Jets could go wide receiver again because there's so much depth. I just don't think it's going to be anywhere this next couple of picks. Again, could be wrong. And as we learned on day 1, they love their tight end room. So if your room doesn't need Brock Bowers, I don't see how it would need anyone else. And that's just not about me liking Bowers. That's just about Bowers' talent level. And the team has said repeatedly that they love their guys. So, but look, teams lie. They could take a tight end. I just doubt it. Especially, Zach Kuntz, developmental guy who Aaron Rodgers spoke highly of the other day. Oh, spoke highly of. He did a McAfee interview. He said him and Kuntz were building some chemistry late in the year when Rodgers was working with the scout team. So maybe something's working there. Maybe something is brewing at tight end because I'll tell you what, Kuntz, it was only preseason. I get it, but was a much better blocker than I thought once preseason football got underway. I thought he was just going to be getting blown off the line repeatedly, and that didn't happen at all. He was a lot better than I anticipated. Apologize. The voice, a lot of talking. Woke up like 10 minutes ago after getting 2 hours sleep last night. Let's take a look here. So, like I said, Jatavian Sanders goes to the Panthers. Troy Franklin goes to the Broncos. Now the Pats are up on the clock. And we talked yesterday about some of these guys who are out there. Jaden Hicks is out there. TJ Tampa. Again, I think the Jets' need at corner doesn't get talked about enough. Let's see who the Pats have. So Pats, good players so far. Of course, May, Jalen Polk, Caden Wallace. Those are some good players. Wallace, I like Wallace. I don't know, depending on better power gap guy. But new head coach, we'll see what they're gonna run. Cade Stover, and again another tight end, but a good player, good value at this spot. Cedric Gray. Can't see the Jets going that way. I'm taking a look at the NFL.com top players. Here we go with the Pats pick. Layden Robinson, Texas A&M. Powerful guy, big guy. He's got to be. See, they're saying 6'3", 302. I thought he was a bigger guy. Man, he could have dropped weight, really. I mean, I probably haven't watched him in several months. He could have. See, just watching the highlights, he looks like he's bigger than 302. But Zach the Potato, do I like Joe Milton? Not enough to take him beyond, before round 6 or 7. Zach, I liked him a lot coming into the year. Thought he looked like a really good player when he filled in for Hendon Hooker last year after Hooker got knocked out for the season. He was one of my, players to watch in 2023, and he just too erratic. He'd have some games where he looked like he could be elite, and then other games where he couldn't hit the side of a barn. So kind of torn on him. Let's see if we got any Layden Robinson here. All right, let's see how this works. This is Layden Robinson, second block on the second level. He'll be the right guard. Okay, see him there. Get out in front. Get out to the linebacker. Help spring a run. The run is there. He is. Yeah, turns. Yeah, so that's That was the running play did go behind Robinson, past that backer. Powerful guy. I'll see if we have anything on him with an end zone view to get a better look. And the Cardinals pick is in. Like I said, fast and furious, and I'm gonna be really curious to see. See, drives back. Let's see. I don't think this is end zone, but Layden Robinson again. Let's go back to the beginning. Start it over. Right guard. Okay, you can see him. He takes the defender to the ground. In here, yep, spins him around, tosses him down to the ground, and that's it. He is a physical guy. Like I said, good at the point of attack. Not super mobile, but a player that I liked. And honestly, based on the mocks, I had no idea where to expect him to go. I'm sure I've seen him as early as round 4 and as late as round 6 or 7. But here he goes in round 4 to the Patriots. So yeah, Zach, that's the answer on Milton. I mean, listen, once you're talking round 6 and 7, any of these quarterbacks who aren't going to go, Pratt, Rattler, I expect them to go this round. Jordan Travis, I like him a lot, and it's from I thought Travis, Rattler, Pratt would all be round 3, round 4. I thought there was even a chance that Rattler could sneak into the top 50. I thought he was a lock for the top 75. I was wrong, obviously, but Jordan Travis, all of a sudden, lately, everyone's talking about him. He's 7th round, 6th, 7th round. That's incredible value. If you get him there, that's fantastic. But I don't think the Jets should wait that long to address it. I think if they like him enough to take him in round 4 or 5, take him in round 4 or 5. If you like Rattler enough, Michael Pratt enough, take one of them now. 4th round, you got 3 picks, grab a guy. And you're on the clock in 5 picks. Let's see. And let's see here. So Arizona's about to announce their pick. I guess I could. Let's see. And I do apologize if my dog goes nuts. Oh, wow. Wow, this is wild. This just popped up on my Twitter feed. Panthers owner David Tepper went into a restaurant to confront them because they had a sign up saying, please let the coach and GM pick this year. Oh, there you go. So there's a Dadrian Taylor Demison. I mentioned him in my top 25. If you go to jetnation.com, I put out a top 25 this morning, 25 players remaining who the Jets could target. I mean, they could target anyone, obviously, but just in terms of guys who I believe fit what we believe they're going to be searching for. I probably should have added some more O-linemen in there. I went really light on the O-line because I thought they took one already. They'll probably won't take more than one more. But I think I should have cast a wider net with who they may take. But I like I like Christian Mahogany. Talked about him a lot. Like Cedric Van Pran Granger. He's a guy, either one of those guys, I think if you brought them in and said, we're going to work you at left guard, then they may have a shot to they may have a shot to win a left guard job if they give them the opportunity over John Simpson. So we'll see what happens there. We'll see if they go interior. But I think everyone pretty much agrees there's going to be a quarterback at some point. So if there is, I would have no issue if they go ahead and take the quarterback they like now, or in 5 picks, because the Vikings pick is in. They've got Joe Alt, they've got McConkey, No, sorry. This is they did. Sorry, they had the Vikings logo up, and then they swapped it to the Chargers logo. And yeah, they tell you what, the things we see people do to be on the NFL cameras. All right. Well, let's see. All right, who we got? All right, Chargers. The international fans of the year are doing the picks. Wow, Justin Aboybe, didn't expect to see him go this early, but I guess sometimes when you're feel like you can't go wrong with an Alabama player, right? Let's see. Let's see if we have anything on him. That is a no. Let's see. D line for the Chargers. What is he? Yeah, 6'4", 297. Interior guy, like I said, haven't watched a ton of him. I thought we had something on him though. Although to be fair, I don't have the master drive hooked up. I mentioned that last night. I have too many drives with too many clips of too many players. I don't know how many thousands of clips, but a Boy B's not on the drive I'm using right now. Could hook this one up. Let's see. Can we? All right. Move that. I think our sound right there should be good. So let's see if he's on here. No, I have Amika Egbuga, but no Boybe. All right, swing and a miss on that one. But it's interior D line. And like I said, D lineman, any position, Alabama, you might be able to take a guy a round earlier based solely on that you played for Nick Saban. That's something honestly when I don't know about you guys, but I know if I'm looking at prospects as if they're guys I'm unfamiliar with, it's early in the process and you start looking up their bios and their game logs to get an idea how productive they were. And if I see Alabama on there anywhere, I don't care if they transferred 4 years ago and played for 2 or 3 different schools, that it's a mental note. Like, okay, Nick Saban liked them. So it's got to count for something. So let's see. The Titans are on the clock and the pick is in. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks till the Jets are on the clock. And let's see here. Yeah, I would think that Giants are taking a tight end. Looks like. Oh no, wait. Are we already up to the Giants on here? See, this is the problem. I think I'm minutes behind. So let's find the Titans pick first. I don't know how many minutes behind this is. Okay. Well, the Giants, I won't spoil it because I just caught it by accident. And I figured the Giants were, or I figured the Titans pick was up, but it's not on ESPN.com yet. They haven't said it on NFL.com. So this is just Connor Hughes jumping everyone and everything and getting the Giants pick. So I'll wait for the Tennessee pick, and then we'll talk about the Giants pick. And this actually, they've done a nice job in Tennessee too, with what they've done. Had some guys, losing Taylor Lewan can't be easy. You let Henry go. Here comes their pick. There you go, Cedric Gray, linebacker. Good player. He's a guy that I first noticed a couple of years ago. I think it was specifically against Clemson 2 years ago. Made a couple of plays in coverage, which it's so hard to find good coverage linebackers. So just seeing him make a couple of plays in coverage early in the game, I don't remember if it was early in the game, but at some point, I thought, oh, here's a guy to keep an eye on because he did a really nice job. I think he broke up a touchdown pass in the back of the end zone and just looked like a good cover linebacker. And we did see that again in Mobile. Saw it, throughout his college career once he was on my radar anyway. So nice job there. I know we've got Cedric Gray stuff we can show you because, like I said, I know been keeping an eye on him for a couple years. Let's get this out of here. Now, let's pull this up now. Yeah, I've got a ton of Cedric Gray. Wow, maybe a little too much Cedric Gray. I'm trying to find a coverage one. TFL, outruns blockers. Here we go. This one should be a coverage rep. And this might be the play. No, it's Virginia, but yeah, that type of play. That might be the one that put him on my proverbial map. And we've got another Jet Nation host popping in. Mr. Chris Schubert. How we doing, Chris?
Listen, we're in a much better place, okay? I'm not in a parking lot. I'm not doing the show from my car where it overheats. Glenn, I'll tell you, I was off the grid last night. Service was not very good. I was able to keep track with what was going on in the third round. But as we sit here, it's 9:30 in the morning for me. I got up. I saw that you were live. I said, I got to hop in with my guy. This board's playing out very nicely for the New York Jets in the fourth round.
Every pick, I'm like, there's another guy I didn't want to take.
I'm just looking personally, right, of guys that I campaigned for in the process. Jaden Hicks on the board, Brendan Dorless on the board, Jalen Wright on the board. All of the quarterbacks we like are on the board. Like the New York Jets having 3 picks in this fourth round, I thought, now are they going to get good talent? Now it's like, yes, they are going to get good talent in the fourth round.
Or so they have a chance to. They better not. They got to get at least a couple of solid contributors in this round. But there are guys like a guy I mentioned a few minutes ago, Chris. If you grab a Cedric Van Pran, like that guy in the trenches, I would give him a shot to beat out John Simpson at the left guard spot. I don't know if they think Christian Mahogany can play left guard, but as a right guard, he's a monster for Boston College. I would love either one of those guys because, they got the tackle. And, it might sound funny to people because I was so anti-backup tackle. I was anti-backup tackle with a top 10 pick or top 11 pick. Like, build now. Take a guard. Take a center. I don't care. Like, the Jets' interior is far from perfect. I mean, Schweitzer, if he stays healthy, is a solid enough backup. Hansen, I thought, showed a little something last year, but super small sample size.
Oh, the Giants. The Giants.
So, the Giants of Theo Johnson.
Oh, what a steal that is.
Connor Hughes put that up about 5 minutes ago, and I kept quiet on it because I didn't want to hop right in. I would have been announcing it before we knew the Titans pick. I think it's possible DAZN or DAZN after a a being ahead of things on night one. I think they're a little behind yesterday and today. Because someone told me in the chat last night, they're like, dude, Bleacher Report is like 2 or 3 picks ahead of you. I was like, oh wow, I thought I was live.
I
So
will
I
tell you,
jumped over to Bleacher Report.
I know through the Falcons pick now. So, I mean, I feel like we can spoil if we'd like to
Oh yeah,
have these
you
conversations.
know what? It's day 3. What do we
Yeah.
got? Who's going?
So we've got Kyrie Jackson going to the Vikings with that
Okay.
selection.
That's
and then
what
the
they're about to announce on my screen.
And then the Falcons did the thing. They are the smart team. They took Brendan Dorless, which I think is a home run in the 4th round.
Yeah, I thought you were going to tell me they took another quarterback.
No, well, they need their succession plan for Michael Penix Jr. So they got to work.
Exactly.
They got to work.
He's getting up there in age. So
right, he's getting up there in age.
He's
got to be careful.
ready.
Yeah, got to be careful.
He's an older guy.
Yeah, listen. Well, I mean, what can you say? I know you weren't as happy with the Olu pick on night 1, but
No.
all things considered, if I would have airdropped you into the 3rd round of the draft and said the New York Jets got Olu Fashanu and Malachi Corley, you would have been happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
because I wouldn't have known they passed on Bowers. But
right.
And I can't say this enough times because I'm sure if the wrong people are watching, I'm sure if this kid pans out, Olu, people are going to be throwing it in my face as if I don't like the guy. Like I've said a million times, like the player, don't like the philosophy behind taking the player. That's it. I have no issue with him. I have no doubt he'll be a solid, at the very least, a solid starter for many years.
Yeah.
He will be a long-term benefit. You could take what I said about Will McDonald last year and just cut and paste it to this year. Yeah. Like the player, think he'll be really good. Don't understand why they went in that direction. That's all.
The one thing I would add, and I've had some time to kind of reflect and think about this, if they took Bowers, right, and Tyron Smith got hurt, people would have gotten upset with Joe.
Right, but the point I made too was, and again, this goes to the O-line. I kind of said all along, still take a tackle outside of round 1 and sign a free agent. You've got Donovan Smith, who was a starting tackle for the Super Bowl champs last year, announcing publicly he wants to be a Jet, and he's still in free agency. You've got Cam Fleming, who played a couple years ago for Nate Hackett in Denver. You've got Charles Leno, who I know he's recovering from a surgery, but I think he's expected to come back. You've got I'm leaving somebody out, but Bakhtiari, that's a dicey one because he could get hurt in the first game. I could much easier to digest as a backup than a starter, but still, there's still a few options out there. But either water under the bridge. They didn't do what I wanted to do. They got a player I like, just didn't like the philosophy. And very excited about what this 4th round could be.
Yeah, no, and just to finish that thought, because the Jets are on the clock officially, and I've gone away from social media because Connor Hughes says that they're on the board. I don't know who the Patriots have picked yet, but just to close the book on that, the larger point I was making, Glenn, and I don't disagree in the abstract with what you are saying, right? But I just think there was no way for Joe Douglas with their 1st round pick to achieve everything people wanted. If they take Bowers and the offensive line gets hurt, they're going to be like, well, why didn't you take an offensive lineman? If they took Fashanu, if everybody stays healthy, they're going to be like, well, why didn't you take Brock Bowers? There is no winning because people are going to apply hindsight to a decision that Joe Douglas didn't have in the moment. So they got their Glenn, Malachi Corley was their 4th wide receiver. They had Malachi Corley only behind Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze, and Marvin Harrison Jr. That's it. Every other receiver that got taken between now and when Malachi Corley was selected by the New York Jets, they said, "Nah, we're good. Our fourth best receivers on the board." So, again, they feel extremely confident in what they've done. I certainly think quarterback is on the table with pick 111. I think at some point they're going to come away in this 4th round with a quarterback.
I just can't believe the ESPN draft tracker.
Yeah.
And NFL. Well, again, that's through Daz. Like they're all behind.
Well, we're in the stages where everybody gets the picks, 40 minutes ahead of time. So
yeah, I suppose so. Let's see. I've just seen somebody that. Yeah, I think that might be a person saying.
You know what, Glenn? Glenn?
What's that?
It's okay. The Jets aren't making this pick. They've made a trade. They traded back with the Packers.
Yes. We hadn't even talked about that, but I thought about that this morning. Again, because I have my 10 and 11-year-old who ask about the draft, and I walk them through it. And I was explaining, I said they have 3 picks, and I said, but they could trade down because it's not like they won't have another pick a few picks later, and they could add some. So good move there.
Javon Baker was the pick to the New England Patriots, the UCF wide receiver. So
okay,
that's the selection there. The Packers have moved up. I don't know what the return is at this point. I will let you know. I will say, Glenn, this is exciting.
First.
This is exciting for you because Zach Rosenblatt, when the Jets were on the clock, he said Jets are up. Safety Jaden Hicks is still on the board. So maybe Zach knows something about how the Jets feel about Jaden Hicks. I know that would make you happy.
Well, listen, like I said, Hicks or Mustafa, and I'm a very even later Evan Williams I like, but Mustafa and Hicks, Mustafa, either one I'll take them. But I love it, man. Like I said, and that was part of it. As I did an article this I guess it was about 6 a.m. by the time I was writing it this morning. I was like, all right, I'll do like top 10 available. And as I start writing it, I'm like, they have 3 picks in the 4th round alone. I got to do like 15. And I'm like, and I did 25. And really, I don't feel like that's too many because when you've got 6, 7 picks on day 3, and I thought to myself, they could trade down and take 7 or 8 guys today. So, but Hicks was my top guy. Mustafa was a few slots behind him. Demerson was on there. He's gone, of course. He went a few picks ago.
So the Packers were picking 26th in this round at 126. I assume that's where the Jets drop down to, and that means they'll be picking 126, 129, and 134. I assume. I have not seen one way or the other what the pick is. So here's what they did. They traded 111. They dropped down 15 spots, and they picked up a 6th rounder this year, pick 190. So
111 for
126 and 190.
All right. They apparently like their chances. And like I said, there are enough good players in this round. And if they feel like they can get another guy they like, that puts them in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I joked about it every time I did one of our mock drafts on the show, but I had 4 offensive players being the first 4 picks for the New York Jets. That feels extremely likely at this point.
Sorry, say that again?
When we did our Jets...
I got the first part. What did you have them doing?
I had them taking offense all 4 times.
Oh, yeah.
With their first 4 picks. They half the battle done for me, and I think quarterback's in play, and I think maybe doubling up on wide receiver could be in play.
Yeah, and I don't think... See, the only thing that gives me pause on wide receiver, and I know I'm not to say he's very good, but until you get rid of Allen Lazard, that becomes a very crowded wide receiver room.
You know what? I'm okay with that. Crowded up.
Wilson, Lazard, Williams, Corley, and then another guy is, Gibson and Brownlee. Will either of those guys make the roster again? I don't know. Obviously, last year they had a lot less competition.
Can I talk about some of my favorite picks from the third round last night that I didn't get a chance to? Washington just absolutely stealing Luke McCaffrey with the last pick is a home run. I think that's going to be really nice for Jaden Daniels.
I like Luke.
Absolutely love Christian Haynes to Seattle. You want to talk about fitting an identity?
He went late. He went 81. Was it?
Yeah, 81. He fits that identity. The Cowboys just quietly adding Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. Yeah. That's really nice. Love that.
Yeah. Frazier to the Steelers.
I think I was on for that one.
I think I said he would go to them. He was a possibility in round 1. I thought they might take him that early. He's that good. And the Steelers always have a center when they're good, like an elite center, and he can be that.
And then they added Roman Wilson as well in the 3rd round at 84, which was nice pick for the Steelers.
And Peyton Wilson,
yes. So they did very well in the 3rd round, getting the 2 Wilsons. There's a lot of the stuff in the 3rd round that I really like.
Yeah,
Joe, we traded down 15 spots with the Packers, and we picked up an additional 6th round pick 190 today. So that's what they've done so far. So that puts the Jets.
See if they've updated that on here.
They have not updated it on ESPN. So that would give the Jets 2 picks in the 6th round and a 7th rounder to go with the 3 4th rounders that they have. So
I don't know why they're taking their time. But anyway, that's not of great importance at this point.
It's weird. A lot of people don't love the trade back, and it isn't really a whole lot. I don't know why they dropped down 15 spots to just pick up a 6th rounder. I don't know what else Joe might be cooking up, but it doesn't feel like they were blown away by an offer. I guess they really just didn't like the way the board was set up there. I don't really know.
Yeah. And listen, you never know how these things work out, right? I scrolled about 5 tweets on Twitter, and it's all WTF. What are we doing? What the hell are they? What's wrong with them? It's like, settle down. 15 picks, and they might be looking at it. They might be looking at their board and thinking there's a lot of talent right now in spots where we don't think guys are going to go, or the guys we do think are going to be targeted aren't top priorities for us right now. So if we could add a pick and a player, then we'll move down.
Yeah, listen, I'm the king of this. I love putting stuff into the trade value chart and seeing if your team wins or loses. But I look at a trade where they moved down 15 spots and they picked up a 6th round pick. Like, oh, am I really going to be like, oh, fire Joe Douglas? Like, I don't have that mental. I don't have that bandwidth. I just don't. I don't. They traded down. Okay,
Listen,
they traded down 15 spots. So far, they have not. I mean, was there a player that they wanted with that pick that got taken directly in front of them, and so they just felt like trading down was the right approach? I don't know. Were they going to take Theo Johnson? Were they going to take Brandon Dorless?
I will say this, Chris. I will not be very happy all over again if they take a tight end, because that was
if they
that was
take
the logic. We love our tight end room. We love our tight ends. There's no room for any more tight ends.
If they take Cade Stover, I'm not going to be super upset.
Yeah.
Eric Hall wouldn't be a bad
him
pick.
As a guy that I was surprised didn't go earlier.
Evan Williams, the selection for Oregon, for Green Bay out of Oregon.
I just mentioned him as probably a guy I like, but not quite as much as. Again, he's a better mover than Hicks, and he's a guy, a Washington State transfer. Why do I know about him? Watched him a couple of years ago. Picked him out as a guy who was always around the ball, similar to Bo Braid. That's the reason I like Bo Braid as well, the Maryland safety, who some people had above all the guys we've talked about, and he's still on the board.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised that Tez Walker and Johnny Wilson are still on the board here in the 4th round? Surprises me a little bit.
Walker than Wilson, because Wilson had. They both had drop issues as we've talked about, but Wilson's were a lot worse. Wilson, I feel, and I like, I watched him last year and thought, my God, imagine bringing in a 6'7" receiver who moves the way he does. Everyone says moving the tight end. That's just the sort of assumption. Oh, tall, he must be a tight end. No, he can move like a wide receiver. But I feel like every time I watched him this year, he had a drop. He must have had 6 or 7 drops this year. Tez had 2 or 3, but he only had like 60 targets. So
TJ Tampa's still on the board too?
Yeah, he's the top rated guy on ESPN. But yeah, like I said, I like Williams. Everything was saying he was a sort of day 3 or a round 6 or 7 guy. And here he goes in round 4. So good for him.
Joe says Christian Jones, offensive tackle from Texas, would be a 20-year plug and play. 20 year.
20. Who's saying 20?
Joe.
Let's settle down, Joe. Maybe.
Joe, that was clearly a typo.
Standard 10.
Clearly you
30,
meant to say
30. It's a 30-year starter.
Clearly you meant 10-year, and you just hit the 1 is really close to the 2, and your finger slipped.
But where you're right, Joe, is that you're right. 10-year starter. Yeah, I like Jones. Like I said, I like some of the linemen on the board. I like them a fair bit. Like I said, Mahogany, Van Pran, Jones.
Cedric Van Pran was talked about last year or the year before
as a top 50 pick,
as a guy that could sneak into the back part of the first round.
Yeah, it seemed like a couple months ago. All of a sudden, he just starts dropping on all these mocks, and I'm like, what did he do? What happened?
All right, the Raiders took a corner. Do you want to try to guess the corner?
Cam Hart.
Not Cam Hart.
Okay, because that's the guy I'm hoping if the Jets grab one. Did they take TJ Tampa?
They did not take TJ Tampa.
Well, let me look at who's available.
Okay.
And try to figure out what the Raiders.
I have a feeling you watched this guy and you're like, oh yeah, it's a good pick by the Raiders. But who knows? I knew what you meant, Joe. I knew you meant. There's
a couple guys on the board I like.
Okay.
Kalen Carson I mentioned yesterday.
Not him. Nope. Didn't take him. Nope.
The most sensible guy left is Chris Abrams-Drain.
Yeah, didn't take him either.
Who did they take?
They took a corner out of Mississippi State.
Oh, the tall guy. What's his name? Richardson.
Yes, they took.
Okay, yeah.
The 6'2", 188, DeCamerion Richardson.
Yes.
And then Tez Walker went to the Baltimore Ravens, and that concerns me greatly.
Again, good players fall to them.
What's their? I need to see what their class looks like right now. Nate Wiggins, Rosengarten, and now Walker. They took Adisa Isaac in the 3rd round as well.
He's a good one too. How about I didn't realize the Cardinals had 400 picks this year.
Yo, so as I work in the Arizona market, we talk about it every day.
Yeah.
They had a lot of picks, and I'll tell you, their first 2 picks were good with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. You know how I feel about Max Melton. I think that's a huge pick for them. I think that's a nice snag in the 2nd round. After that, we took Trey Benson. We took Isaiah Adams. We took an Illinois tight end.
Tip Raymond. I think he's the type of guy. I talked about it when he was picked. I like Adams. That's earlier than I thought, but I like him. Spoke to him in Mobile. Started watching him a couple years ago. They played him out of position at tackle this year because there were some injuries, but I think he'll be a good guard. But that's still earlier than I expected. Same with Ryman. Great blocker. Who in the very, very, very limited opportunities he had to catch the football looked like he might be a guy who can make some plays, but like both the players, but way earlier than I expected for both as well.
Yeah, I think with all the capital they have, I don't know if they've done enough in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
But that's that's just a personal. They still got a couple. They got 4 more picks today, so they can do something with them. The pick is in for the Jags. Let me see if I can find that here.
Let me see.
And apparently, my dogs have decided that now is the time that they would like to bark. So, apologies if you can hear that. Maybe you can. Maybe you can't. I will tell you, Glenn, I cannot stay on for the entirety of the day.
Oh no, do what you can. If it's
just hopping in for,
if it's 10 minutes, do 10 minutes. I'm just
well, we'll see. I'm gonna try to see how many of the Jets' 4th round picks I can get through, and then we'll probably reevaluate from there.
Dylan messaged me. He said, or us, it's probably in the group chat. He said he will come on when they've made all their 4th round picks. Let's see here.
What could the Jags do? Let's see. Austin Booker, maybe.
That you like?
No. They haven't made the pick yet. I'm thinking of, or at least if they've made the pick, I haven't seen it. I'm trying to think of what they could do. They could be a Christian Jones spot. They could be an Austin Booker spot. Try to look at positions. They need tackles and they need edge. I got to tell you, Glenn, the more I look at this board, the more I think the New York Jets are going to take a quarterback here in the 4th round.
I'll tell you what, if they don't, that'll be pretty upsetting because the opportunity is there.
The Jags took Javon Foster.
Oh, that's one of my guys. Missouri tackle who some feel can play guard. Some feel he won't make it at left tackle. He'll have to switch to the right side. Other feel like he won't even be able to play tackle, but he'll have to move to guard. But this is a guy who played high-level competition on a regular basis in the SEC, really held his own, did a nice job against Ohio State in his final game. You look at I know guys rested and all that, but Ohio State's top pass rushers played in that game, and he held them at bay. I really like him. And his dad was an Ohio State guy. I didn't realize that when I talked to him in Mobile. He said that was a big game for him because he wanted bragging rights over his dad, and his dad played at Ohio State. So good genes and just a good player, man. I'm glad he went here because not just because I talked him up so much. He's a guy that, again, his projections have been so much later than I thought that I kept looking at it thinking, how is this guy being talked about? Like you would think he never played a quality opponent, but he played his whole career in the SEC.
Southern Jets says, did we lose Tez Walker or Pratt by moving down in the 4th? I don't know. Maybe the Jets didn't rate Tez Walker very highly.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Rich. If they're going to take another receiver, they may, but it's a crowded room, and I'd be surprised if they went receiver, like with still needing a safety, still needing a quarterback. Like right now, developmental potential future quarterback has a lot more value than current wide receiver 4 or 5. And that's nothing against Tez Walker. I think he's a good player, but with what they've built in front of him now, we're both Pratt guys on this show.
Yes,
and really, listen, I like all the middle round quarterbacks at this point. And there's only 3. There's only 3 of them, 4 of them. And people are talking about Jordan Travis like he's a 7th rounder at this point, which I don't know why. He didn't snap both his femurs, and they're talking about him like this injury is going to rob him of his career. I just don't see that.
Eric All to the Bengals.
Oh, sneaky good.
And Jordan Jefferson to the Jaguars.
Okay. Don't trust me. Yeah, well, listen, Mike Williams' health is going to be a concern, but as long as Lazard is on the roster, he probably fills that role if Williams does go down at this point. And then you've got Garrett and you've got Corley in the slot.
And Brownlee, I think, is going to find a way into a role.
Listen, for those who remember, I talked to someone about that the other day. They did on One Jets Drive. They played us that clip of a scout saying when they were looking at Brownlee pre-draft, We think this guy's a 4th-round talent who could become a starter. And they got him as a UDFA. So they clearly like him a lot. And he, I'm not saying if it would be right or wrong, but they might be, if they still view him that way, they may not see a need at wide receiver.
No, right. They might feel their room is good. Their room is set. I mean, I will say these positions that are coming off the board are kind of working out well for the Jets here at 126.
Yeah, there's all right. Well, good luck to Foster. What was I going to say here?
Southern Jet, I get it. Lazard was not very good, but
Lazard was terrible, but he's making $12 million.
I hate being this guy because I think you play to a level no matter who the quarterback is. But can we just wait to see if it's the same with Rodgers? Can we just wait? If he's this bad with Rodgers, then yeah, get him out of here. I just have a feeling that he's going to be a little better, just a little bit.
Me, in a perfect
and
world,
if he's serviceable, that's a win.
I don't know that it'll happen, but my hope is that a team that didn't get a receiver in this draft, maybe the Jets do a pick swap, like give us a 5 and we'll give you a 6 in Allen Lazard. But I just I don't know that that'll happen. A team would have to be pretty desperate, and they'll have to have been pretty asleep at the wheel to have not found a receiver in this class. There are still guys on the board I might take over Allen Lazard.
Tanner Bortolini going to the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
The interior offensive lineman, the center from Wisconsin, coming off the board.
He had a rough first day in Mobile, but he got better. And you've been there and you've talked to the scouts. You know how they love. One of the things they love most is guys who recover from a bad first day.
It is my biggest takeaway. It is not having a good day. It is how you stack days together. If you show improvement, if you show growth over the course of the 3 days of practice, you make yourself a lot of money.
And he 100% did that. He got beat up pretty good on day 1. And then day 2, he wasn't dominant, but he was so much better. And it's like, okay, they like this. This is the thing that stands out to people even more so than the bad day, is the better day that he followed it up with. So Southern Jets moves really well. His RAS, I'd be surprised if he wasn't like top of the class this year. His relative athletic score.
Southern Jets says, who do you think is most like Brees if we take a backup running back? I do not think the Jets will take a backup running back that is in the same mold as Brees.
I think if Izzy is close enough is as close as you're going to get to Brees in terms of explosiveness, speed, agility. So I think that, Brees is more agile. But I think if they get it back, it's going to be a more of a power guy.
I think if you are building a running back room, it is very similarly to the way teams build bullpens in baseball. You do not want every guy in your bullpen doing the same stuff.
Yeah,
you don't want every guy
guys who just throw fastballs,
throwing 100 miles an hour with a slider. You want guys who have different arm slots. You want to have guys who throw sinkers. You want to have guys who throw splitters. You want to have guys that throw different looks at a team so that they are off balance for the latter stages of the game. Wow. That is exactly the way you deploy your running back room. You want to have Brees, who's that explosive back who can break those big plays, but you also need other guys that give opposing defenses some looks. Everybody knows how I feel about Jalen Wright, and I would love him to be on the New York Jets. He's not necessarily that power guy, but I do think Jalen Wright would make the New York Jets running back room better.
I love Wright, and I couldn't get again. It's along with what you're saying. Him and Izzy are too similar. You know what I mean? But Tyrone Tracy, I would like. Catches the ball really well, great contact balance. I would like, if they're going to take it back, that's who I'd want to see. Let's see. Okay. I don't know which one you looked at, Chris, but Samini says the Jets gave up 72 points according to the draft chart.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's a lot of points at this stage of the draft.
For this late, yeah.
For this late, 72
when
points
you're
is not.
First rounders, 72 is all right, but picks at this point are worth, 15, 20 points or whatever, depending on which chart you use too. But I'm surprised they didn't get another pick in there. Like a
Braelon Allen out of Wisconsin probably would be another guy to potentially keep an eye on for the Jets at the running back position.
I think we talked about him last night. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Worth noting. Last night I've been doing wrap-up shows with Scott Mason on Play Like a Jet after each round. I'll do another one tonight. Last night he had Nick Faria on. Actually, Nick's been on both times with me and Scott. He's covering the Jets. He credentialed writer. He's in the building. And we talked about DB and corner. And he said because this is a question, if you remember, Scott, I asked Zach Rosenblatt about this. When it comes to Jarek Bernard Converse, last year's pick, I see him listed as a safety. I see him listed as a corner. I
Mhm.
hear him called a safety. I hear him called a corner. But Nick said he thinks the Jets really like him at corner, even though they are having him play both. They just want him to be a movable guy who can fill in on the back end that's at corner or safety. When I watched him in college, go back and I could be wrong, but I think it was against Kentucky before he transferred to LSU. I turned that game on, not knowing what type of game he had, and I kid you not, I think he had like 3 legitimate PBUs in the first 2 series. Like really nice, tracking the ball, staying in the receiver's hip pocket, using his length, getting these passes. And then, so I watched him a couple games at corner, and I'm watching it thinking, this guy looks good enough to at least work at corner and see what he can do. Sounds like that's what, we have no idea what he's doing because he hasn't seen the field other than, he may have played 2 or 3 snaps last year. But Nick Faria is saying the Jets do like him as a corner safety combo, and they're high on him. So maybe that need, again, I still would add a corner, don't get me wrong, but it would be nice if they feel like they've got a depth piece there because they do need depth at corner. They've got nothing but after Eccles.
And certainly that's an area where you would trust the coaching staff, right? There isn't a lot of trust that we have going around with the New York Jets coaching staff, but on the defensive side of the ball, specifically defensive backs, there's a little trust of, okay, they see something in this guy. Let's give them that opportunity. Tyrese Knight, the linebacker out of UTEP, the selection for the Seattle Seahawks. So the Colts are back on the clock right now.
All these guys that I don't have much interest in going.
No. Specifically for what the Jets are trying to do. Man, I got to tell you, TJ Tampa continuing to fall. The New York, Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas might be like, you know what? We'll just take TJ Tampa here.
That's, I know, different round, I know, but that's, if you remember the story, that's how the Jets ended up with Chad Pennington. Like, they weren't planning on taking him, but he just kept falling. And Parcells said that it got to the point where they were like, we got to have a conversation about this Pennington kid. I think he said they were pretty split in the room about how good he would be, but, oh, wait, I think, what pick are you on? Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay.
I know I'm behind, and I know you just mentioned Braelon Allen. I was about to say he went, but they're showing Bortolini highlights. They're on the Bortolini pick.
Yes, Bortolini.
I was about to go, oh, someone took Allen, but no, that has not happened yet. Allen, not Emory Hunt's number 1 back in this class. I think 2 years ago, I wrote down 2 running backs to keep an eye on over the next couple of years, and it was Blake Corum and Braelon Allen. And Allen doesn't have the long speed. Like, he's got a lot of runs where he hits the hole in a hurry. He's got a great burst initially, and he'll get caught. I mean, he's getting caught 60 yards down the field, so I don't care all that much. But that would be the only knock I have on him. Powerful guy, young guy, but a fair number of miles because he was used a bit for Wisconsin. So what are you up to? And what are you using? What app are you on that you're seeing these picks? Are you using Connections? I
am not using an app. There is somebody that I know who works in the draft space.
Gotcha.
Who is sharing the picks with his community.
Gotcha.
And I am in that community, and I am seeing the picks.
Gotcha.
Everybody should know who it is. It is a good friend. I used to do a show with him, do a podcast with him. Not Kyle or Joe, another podcast that I did with somebody. So the Steelers are on the clock right now for me with pick 19. That's the pick I'm waiting to hear about. So
let's see. What is this? I don't know what the significance is of this. I'll share it with the listeners. Rich tweet.
Okay, love when we get to analyze tweets here from
random Jets. It's random, but I'm wondering, is it random Jets draft story? At the 2000 Combine, then Coach Al Groh outlined his ideal draft for me. A former Giants assistant, he used his ex-Giants as comps. He wanted an all-around D lineman like Leonard Marshall, a pass rusher in the LT mold, and a rugged tight end like Mark Bavaro. 2 months later, the Jets drafted Sean Ellis, John Abraham, and Anthony Becht. So at the Combine, they knew exactly what they were doing. That still goes down as one of the weirdest. Again, Chris, this probably Al Groh predates you, right?
I was 6.
Yeah, so you probably don't remember it that well.
Not a ton.
Recollection.
Mason McCormick, the pick for Pittsburgh, by the way.
Who?
Mason McCormick.
Good. Yeah, that Al Groh story was one of the weirdest things ever. He coached 1 year. They, in typical Jets fashion, collapsed down the stretch. They were in the playoff hunt, and they lost like 3 out of 4.
Okay, this sounds lovely.
And one of them was a heartbreaker. 2 of them were heartbreakers because that was the year the Ravens had like the greatest defense of all time, and the Jets came out and Vinny threw for over 400 yards, and they were in that game all the way. Gave up 2 punt returns for touchdowns to lose that game. And then I believe it was in the final game. It was like a 10-3 type score against the Lions, and the Jets. I believe the Jets had a fumble inside the 5 late in the game. Typical Jet stuff.
Oh yeah.
But they had this collapse, so it wasn't a good look for Al Groh. But it's like, all right, it's his first year. They won 8, 9 games, whatever it was. And a few days later, I go on. The internet's still relatively new, but it was like a new source of information. And I see this thing. It's like Jets coach Al Groh resigns to go coach. What was it, Georgia Tech or who? Virginia? No, Virginia. And I thought this is the worst joke ever. Like, because it was a legitimate site. And my thought was, oh, there's another coach somewhere named Al Groh, and they're doing like a spoof article because what
Right.
NFL head coach is going to quit after 1 year to go to college? And I clicked the article and I'm reading it, waiting for the joke. And I'm halfway through it. I'm like, I think this is real. Yeah. I think the Jets head coach just left after 1 damn season. And that whole thing was. Go ahead.
The Dolphins moved up with the Eagles. And they exchanged a 2025 third-round pick in order to move up here.
Wow. See?
So, player they really like.
Wow. Who's this for?
This guy, you wonder who this is for. And Connor Rogers, notable Jets fan, works in the draft space.
Right.
With a tweet that could have easily been from my account. Said, we are reaching steal territory for whoever takes running back Jalen Wright.
Yeah. Wow. A third rounder.
A 2025 third rounder, yes.
They got to like somebody a lot.
Or remember, third rounds when comp picks start, and so you might be projecting ahead and say, hey, we're going to get this many comp picks next year, so we feel comfortable moving this selection because we're going to have a surplus next year. There's so many different ways that they could.
That's true. That is true. Because they will. They lost some really good players, didn't they?
So it's just all the way the formula works out.
Could this be for TJ Tampa? Are you looking at a player who's it's killing you that he's fallen this far, and you're like, we got to get this guy.
But what do they need? They need a tight end. They need this is what the ESPN draft board says their needs are: offensive tackle, tight end, and offensive guard.
Offensive tackle, what and guard?
Offensive tackle. No, sorry, offensive guard, D tackle, and tight end.
Cade Stover, who we just mentioned, the guy we would have taken earlier.
Yeah, Cade Stover would work.
Because he's Stover.
Makai Wingo? You love Makai Wingo that much?
Yeah,
that you're coming up for a 2025 third round pick?
That's a good call.
Maybe they're the. I know, Glenn. I'm sorry, but maybe they trade up for Cedric Van Pran Granger.
That could be. And looking at who's out there.
I mean, what have they done? Again, I was off the grid yesterday. What have they done so far? They got Patrick Paul yesterday. Holy smokes! Chop Robinson and Patrick Paul. That's a good haul. They did well there with those two selections.
I don't know. This is I do like that my guy. You remember I took him in our mock, Brennan Jackson.
Yeah.
I up until this point I hadn't looked at ESPN's rankings until like yesterday.
Okay.
They've got him higher than I think every other site I've seen him on. Everyone else has him as like a 6th, 7th rounder. They've got him as sort of top 20 remaining players. But they have a need at corner, right? Have they taken one?
No. They've got Jalen Ramsey. They have Cam Smith. They signed Kendall Fuller,
I said the other day I keep forgetting about the free agent additions.
And Kader Kohu. And by the way, Glenn, this is now I think the third time you and I have had this exact conversation where I've explained to you the Dolphins' defensive back room. So at some point you'll remember. At some point,
my family sneaking around behind me. I had no idea.
They're just sneaking in. I mean, what time? It's like 3 a.m. for you, right?
Out of the study.
Oh, you know what, Glenn? I got the pick from Miami, and I hate it.
What's that?
They traded up. Miami traded up. They took Jalen Wright. This is going to pain me for years now.
Oh man,
this is a problem.
He's perfect for what they do, but I just with what's his name on board from A&M last year,
Devon A-Chain.
I didn't think we were going to see that. But he makes a ton of sense because they just like explosive guys, and he's might be the most explosive guy left.
AJ Barner.
We've got company, Christopher.
For Seattle. Oh, hello, sir. AJ Barner, the pick for Seattle, by the way.
Oh, good. Chris is getting the picks here way earlier than everybody else, so he's sharing. Like the hat, I got to order some stuff myself, man.
Yeah, this is so nice, and it has the New York, New
Oh, I
Jersey.
love that. Send me the link
Yes,
to
I
that
saw that,
in the
yeah.
group DM,
I
please.
am-
Did you
I am a
see? Okay,
sucker. I am.
I
a
don't even
sucker
know
for
if we
the
should
side
bring
patch.
this up, but I guess Jet Nation did tweet it out, so we can bring it up. And I mean, it's public. It's in public, and it's. I get some people on message boards make stuff up, and you can't really pay much attention.
No, everything on the internet's true, Glenn. Everything on
Yeah,
the internet
exactly.
is accurate.
But when you've been like like on Jet Nation for as long as I have, like over a decade, and there's some people that you get to know, like they're avid fans who love the team, and some people just talk football, and so every once in a while, if you get someone who you've been conversing with or watching them engage for a decade, and they don't tend to make stuff up, and then they come out and go, guys, I heard something. It's like can't get specific because of where I work, but I know somebody who would know, and he's being very clear. This is by no means a done deal. It is as early can be in the process, but the Jets have reportedly, again, per message board source, so don't come out and say I'm saying this is a done deal.
All right, Adam Schefter. This is good sourcing here.
That this is pretty nuts that the Jets and Mets owner Steve Cohen is involved, or at least promoting it, pushing it. The Jets have made inquiries about what it would take to get a stadium built in Queens.
Oh, yeah.
And
Love
next
that.
year is the Jets' deadline to opt out of the MetLife lease.
Opt out of that deal. See ya.
Yeah,
See ya, Giants. Have fun.
So, listen, I would love. I know it's a public board, but he's doing it somewhat anonymously. So I was like, we should see if this guy wants to come on the show. But the fact that he was like, can't get specific, can't say where.
Here's the question that I would have. Right? Did you have a conversation with this person?
No. Like I said, he fairly detailed message on the message board.
Yeah.
And again, he stressed as strongly as he possibly could. This is just as early could be in the process. But the question is being asked, like, what would it take? And also that the claim, and again, this is quite specific. No way for any of us to prove it or not. But apparently things like natural grass, like stuff the Jets want to do, everything keeps, like, the Giants won't agree with anything. And that's why it's not happening. I
saw the tweet and I read the thing.
Okay.
The roadblock that I would throw up with that part of it is if Woody truly felt that way, he could put public pressure on the Giants and come out and say, I want it, but they're the ones that are holding it up.
Yeah, but these
and I'm here to tell you,
each other, they're co-tenants, They could, don't get me wrong.
It's Woody.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to throw him under the bus, but yeah, it seems like something.
I mean, look, all he does have to say is, look, this building's occupied by two teams and we both have to want it.
Right. But he's never done that. And listen, as somebody who grew up on the island, the idea of having the football team that I root for in Queens, that is a drivable distance for, people that, like myself grew up on the island, is awesome. Right. That would be amazing. They used to play at Chase Stadium, right? They used to play on the island. So it would be great. Steve Cohen being involved makes some sense because he's trying to completely change that area down there in Queens. As a Mets fan, I know this
tourist destination
firsthand.
So he wants them there.
He's trying to buy up all the land in that surrounding area and knock it all down and make it a huge entertainment district. I have the Chicago pick.
Who you got?
Well, don't look. You want to try to take a guess of who it is?
I just want to see where we were at with the actual draft. It's Seattle's pick, so you're just one ahead, but that's cool.
I'm as ahead as they flow into me. I have a source that's giving me the picks.
Oh, nice.
Let's see.
Don't look. I want to see.
I have no idea who Chicago picked.
Okay. All
right. Maybe another wide receiver.
Oh yeah, that would have been a great idea. Yeah.
Would have been so.
Would have been a great idea. Yeah.
Okay, AJ Barner to the Seahawks at 121. No, it's so tough to guess.
By the way, this is Chicago's last pick. They don't have.
I was
going to
say they only have three picks.
This is the last one here.
So is it offense or defense? At least throw us a bone.
Offense or defense? What does this player help more with, offense or defense? I would say this player is more of a defensive player. I would think.
Is Booker?
So he's a punter. They took a punter.
Is Booker still out there? Austin Booker?
Booker is still out there, yes. But he was not the pick either.
Austin McNamara from Texas Tech.
Austin McNamara, not the pick.
Yeah, I would have gone with Booker, but
Houston is traded up, by the way. They're on the clock right now.
All right.
How about Torrey Taylor, the punter out of Iowa, is the pick for the Chicago Bears for their
Wow,
last
when
selection?
you said offense or defense, I almost jokingly said punter.
Well, he
I
said
was in the
offense or
right
defense, and I'm
church.
like, I think a punter is more defensive. I don't
More
really.
defensive.
Yeah.
As soon as
But
you
the
said that,
fact
I was like, all right, so it's not a kicker. It's got to be a punter. Yep.
That's
Torrey
wild.
Taylor at the selection.
Good for them.
You have 3 picks, and one of them went on a punter.
4. They have 4. They made 4 selections.
This
Oh.
says 3.
No,
Them,
they
Caleb Rome.
and they
their
took
third-round pick.
Amadiji.
Okay.
Amagaji.
Amagaji.
Oh, you know what it is? The way the ESPN layout is. It's a huge bio on Caleb Williams, and then at the bottom it has the rest of them. So I just scroll down to the list, and the list only has 3 names, but then the autobiography for Caleb is above those 3.
Cade Stover to Houston.
Talked about him.
Okay.
That's
So that's at
So-
123. So we
Yes,
got
we've
some more picks
we've got
before
a
the
couple
Jets.
more picks here, and then the Jets are on the clock, and it's going to be a big run. But we've got the 49ers, the Bucks, and then the Jets.
so sorry. Who did? Oh yeah, they took. Okay, they took Wright. So a 3rd rounder. That's
Yeah, the Dolphins traded up to get Jalen Wright. Imagine me feeling great about that.
They like explosive backs.
Right,
Everyone
well,
just explosive
me too.
on offense
Me
in
too.
general.
Me too. I also big fan of explosive running backs.
Yeah. Did you guys already say who you want with the trade down?
I want a quarterback.
Yeah.
Give me
Give me
Rattler,
Rattler.
but
Yeah.
I mean, Christian Jones is just staring me in the face too.
Dude,
I know.
seriously, if
I
you don't
said
think-
earlier, Dylan, I wouldn't mind another lineman. Like I
Yes.
said, it's to me, it hasn't been about the whole Fashanu thing had nothing to do with not wanting a line. Like
Right.
I said all along, take Bowers and then draft a lineman and then sign a lineman.
Yeah,
But
and
if
I've
they
said
get like a
that
Christian Mahogany or a Cedric Van Pran right here, I'd love it.
Van Pran is a great one. Yeah, I said a couple
I
weeks
think
ago, I was like,
Van Pran
I-
even more so. I think Van Pran could push for the starting job if you took him here, the left guard
Mhm.
job.
yeah, that's definitely possible. I said a couple weeks ago that I don't think Max Mitchell makes the initial 53-man roster.
Yeah.
So
I don't think.
if you go get Christian Jones, then that replaces
And there is
him
no
one for
initial
one, and
anymore,
then-
is there? It's just they carry everyone until the last day, and then it's 53.
Yeah, but I guess I just call it that because like there is no final 53. Like
Right.
you go into, I guess when you go into the season.
So you said initial, and I was thinking cut down.
That's like
People
the
still say
biggest
that.
cut
I don't
down,
think this
yeah.
guy's going to make it past the first cut. I'm like, there's
Yeah,
only one
right.
cut.
Right. Yeah, that is crazy.
Let's see. Okay. Texan. Oh yeah. Okay. But yeah, man, they moved down, and there's not one guy that's gone that I'm like, oh, they could have had him.
Javon Baker went right before the Jets traded, and I was like, I wonder if they were targeting him and then traded down. But
Oh, do you mean Foster?
no. Javon Baker,
Oh,
the
the
wide
receiver,
receiver from
UCF?
UCF.
Yeah.
I didn't know if like maybe they were targeting a big body wide receiver.
Right.
But I would take Brendan Rice then if that's the case.
I just like we've talked about this. I think if you take another receiver, it's later on because whether we like him or not, you've still got Lazard. That's a
Yeah, you
crowded
have so
room.
many
if you take
bodies.
2 receivers now, and then you've got everyone you've got in the room now.
Yeah,
I think
you're
a
either-
receiver's possible, but I would think after this
You're either
pick, like,
practice squatting Brownlee or
well,
trying
we
to do
were
something
talking
with
about we
Lazard.
was talking about Brownlee earlier, Dylan. If you think back and and again, a big part of this is we don't know what they think internally, or what we don't know if their minds have changed, I should say, because we saw last year during one Jets drive, they played us that clip of a scout saying about Brownlee, we think this guy's a 4th-round talent who could develop into a starter.
Mhm.
And then so that's they were explaining how thrilled they were to get him as a UDFA, having felt that way about him. Now, unless that's changed after a year and they still view him as a potential, starting receiver, they may not be viewing it as much of a need as we do, but we don't know that.
Malik
Yeah.
Mustafa, the pick for the San Francisco 49ers.
Good pick for
That
them.
stings.
Jaden Hicks is still on the board, Glenn. What are you worried about?
I know,
Yeah, I
but they
can
spent the
see
last couple weeks doing that for me. Like,
Glenn,
I'm
they
happy
can't-
with either one.
They can't take every player you like, okay? That they don't have enough picks
It's
for that.
literally the first guy I complained about.
They
That's
got
not
6
true.
more.
Well,
That's not
but
true.
Today, first guy I complained
Okay.
about. I've only complained
Yeah.
about like 3 guys that they didn't take.
So it
You
was
went
Brock
you went
Bowers
missing
and who
for
else?
35 minutes of the live show on Thursday.
I was writing an article.
I don't. I think that's a nice cover story for you being upset.
But
And
it's true. It was convenient.
like, just
This
was
let me
you.
come to grips with my
this is what
feelings while
I
was
saw.
typing.
This is what I saw on Thursday. You were just like looking off to the side, and you were just like,
Yeah.
sadly typing away on.
I was writing a letter to Joe Douglas.
Dearest Joe. Dearest Joe.
You broke my heart.
Oh man. But yeah, I can see it being like a competition between Brownlee and Irv Charles at the bottom of the roster, regardless of what they do from here on out at wide receiver. Do they covet the wide receiver that gives them special teams upside, or do they covet the guy who they scouted into being a projected starter in a couple of years? So it'll be interesting, but I would definitely take at least one more and then try to do something with Lazard, honestly. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Glenn, did you like Mo Kamara, the Colorado State edge?
I do.
I thought he was solid. I think the people I heard talking about him probably spoke higher of him than I thought after watching him, but good player. Had a really good game against Colorado.
I feel like this was more so the range for him, and I feel like a lot of people put him in the top 100 late in the process, and I didn't necessarily agree with it, but like this range, yeah, I could see it.
Bucky Irving to the Bucks.
So the Jets are on the clock then.
Jets are on the clock. Yeah.
Let's go.
So you may want to close
a good pick for the Bucks,
all your social media channels. When I have the pick, I will tell you offense or defense. And it just feels like they've set themselves up so well to take the quarterback they want here.
I'll tell you, I mean, this is a golden opportunity right here.
Yeah, you traded back. You got an extra.
I mean, it was a bad trade. It was a bad trade.
Yeah, value-wise, it was a bad trade.
For 15, yeah. But
it was a bad trade.
But the players that went between
the
then and now, like how many of them were like high priority people?
And that's fair. I'm not going to kill Joe for it. It just wasn't a good trade.
Right, sure.
I mean, TJ Tampa, Jaden Hicks. Like, I'm just staring at the top of the board.
Walking out with 6 more picks, like 8-player draft pool. I feel like that's kind of a lot for this roster. Like, how many of those people are going to make the team?
All of them.
Olu Fashanu will make the team. Malachi Corley will make the team.
Hot take.
Those 2 guys will make the team.
Yeah, we'll include that in our bold predictions.
As soon as Malachi Corley announces his number, I am purchasing a jersey.
No, come on, you can't do that early. You're going to jinx the guy.
I've been talking him up for 4 months. There's no way I can't.
They could take another.
Jaden Hicks would be special here. That'd be fun.
Jaden, I mean, I think we would get Glenn back on Joe Douglas's good side.
Listen,
he'd write another letter. Sorry for my first.
Yes, one. Dearest Joe. Sorry for my previous letters.
Like a Stan letter.
Yes.
I trusted you, Joe. You told me you wanted offensive playmakers.
Okay, hold on. Is there a way we can rewrite the lyrics to Stan for Joe Douglas?
You have at it. That'll be your project.
I don't have time for that kind of project.
I thought Brock was the man.
There we go. Quarterback. I mean, here's the thing, though. They pick again in like 6 picks.
Yeah, they got a cluster here. 126, 129.
Oh, you know what? I got bad news, gentlemen.
I just saw it.
Down again.
I got bad news. They traded. Now they picked up a 2025 third from Detroit. You see? Joe, great job.
That's great.
Any applause.
And it's all they literally, guys, that's all they traded. They traded this 4th for the 3rd next year. They didn't move down. They just got out of the 4th round.
Okay. I would like to pick this year, but that's great. Take it.
That's not, yeah. All right, so they don't pick.
Might have the Dolphins to thank for that.
So we just said, are they going to walk out of here with 6 more players? Clearly, they are not. They have 5 picks now.
Yep.
At least 2 of them have to be defense, right?
Giovanni Manu, the pick for the Lions.
Okay. There's got to be
I'll take a future third for whoever that guy is.
I think they have to get a safety and a DT.
Yeah. So
certainly would think
defensive tackle, like, I don't know. I can't find like a big board right now, like active.
Oh,
but
what do you need? Makai Wingo do anything for you?
Okay, yeah, maybe he would. That's probably one of the few guys left.
Tyler Davis.
Tyler Davis.
I like Jaden Crumity, but he's probably a round 7 guy.
What a name! That's a 2nd round name.
I like the name too.
Let's go to ESPN's big board.
That is the big board I'm working off of, not my personal big board. I'm just using it because it has the names in an easily digestible.
They had Christian Boyd in for a visit. I know that
had
doesn't always
Christian.
mean something, but they took 2 guys
They had
last year
Drake.
that they had.
They had Drake May in for a visit. Glenn, what'd that do?
I
He wasn't
kind of
on
like
the board. They
Fabian
might take him.
Lovett for like a late 6th round pick, like 185 or 190.
Oh, man.
Wouldn't mind that.
So now, okay, I need to get back on track because the ESPN Draftcast is behind everything else. So I know the Lions pick. So we've got 2 more picks until the Jets are back on the clock. The Eagles and the Bills. And then the Jets
I'm going to be
are
a
back.
little upset if they trade down again.
No, come on. Joe's
Look at
wheeling
that
and
pick.
dealing now. Joe's
I'm all for adding picks, but come on. I'll tell you what, though, if Joe can get another 3,
For sure.
He's just adding future. Sounds like a guy who thinks he's going to be here in 2025.
he's acting like it. Listen,
So
it's only health. If they're healthy, he's back. Everyone's back if they're healthy.
Hold on. If everyone's healthy and they go 7-10 and miss the playoffs,
But that's not going to happen.
but Glenn, it's actually a possibility.
No. You're too good.
8+
Again,
wins
if healthy,
and health on his side, and he's back.
8+ wins and health on his side, he's back. Listen, you guys know how I feel that I think he should still be here.
Yeah.
I
Solo
think
would come into question for a lot of folks, but
to
I still
me,
think Solo
adding
would
the
stay too.
tackles is what changed everything. Like
Mhm.
those tackles are so good. If they are healthy, even Robert Saleh will win football games.
See, you are making an assumption I'm not comfortable making on April 27th.
He's not that bad of a coach, right?
You don't know that though.
He's not that
You don't
good
know that though
either.
because Dylan,
No,
we have not been in the weeds. But we have not been in the weeds late in the 4th quarter of a close football game that absolutely matters, and he's kicking it away when he's taking field goals when he should be going for it.
Okay, yeah, that's
And the first time he does it,
that's
I'm going to come on
competency
the show.
quarterback as well. So like, I want to see his decision making now with a competent quarterback, not
Okay.
giving him a pass or anything. But I feel like that is like a big determining factor in a lot of this. Is like
How do you feel? How do you feel about Matt LaFleur as a
Matt
coach?
or Mike?
No, Matt.
Matt, I like Matt. I think
Okay, you like Matt. You think he's a good coach, right?
I'd say he's like top 12. Yeah.
Okay. Matt LaFleur took the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hands in one of the worst spots I've ever seen him take the ball out of his quarterback's hands. You don't think that's in Robert Saleh's back pocket?
No.
He's a worse coach. He's a worse coach.
Okay, yes.
With
yes,
a worse
that is
coordinator.
true. He is a worse coach.
And he
but I
coaches
don't
scared
think-
all the time.
I think Hackett would call a play and Rodgers would be like, "You're fucking joking. Sorry." And
That's one.
Be like,
That's one.
and be like, no,
And
we're
that's not even
passing the
anything to
ball
be
here.
mad about. I was
Like,
mad when I said
It's 4th and 3. We're not running inside duo. I don't care if we have Brees Hall. I'm gonna throw like an RPO bubble to Corley or like an RPO glance to Garrett Wilson, and we're gonna pick up this first down.
I listen. I
I
understand
have
what
confidence that Rodgers would override our coaching staff more than Matt LaFleur.
but the problem is I saw him in a place where he was extremely comfortable with LaFleur.
Yeah.
And he got overridden. So I'm just concerned.
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
I'm just concerned.
I
Will
don't think-
Shipley,
I
the
don't
pick
think
for
anybody
Philadelphia.
Nice. I don't think anybody has the balls to override Aaron Rodgers in one Jets drive. I'll give them that, which isn't
We
a
will
good
see.
which isn't a good character trait to have, but that's just the brutal honesty is I don't think anybody would be like, no, we're gonna hand the ball off. Unless it's like 4th and inches. Then you just do it.
who just went.
We've got one more
Will
pick. The Bills
Shipley.
are on the clock, and then the Jets will be on the
Bucky
clock
Irving. Bucky
for a
Irving's
couple of
good one,
minutes,
too.
and then they'll
Not quite Jalen Wright,
Then
but
they'll trade down.
He's not that far off. I like him.
Yeah, no. Like I said, we got one more pick, and then the Jets can be on the clock for 2 minutes, and then trade down again, and then we can just sit here forever. Dylan, when I hopped on, I told Glenn, listen, I'll probably just stick around for the picks in the 4th round, and then I'll get out of here. They're not making any picks. They just keep moving down.
Yep. Yeah, at first I said I was going to come in after they make all the picks, and then they traded down from 111. I was like, all right, well, let me hop on because I got to be out of here at like 3 o'clock my time. So I still have an hour and a half, but like, are we going to make any picks in that hour and a half? That's the
Maybe
thing.
not.
I don't know.
And I'm all for next year's capital, but like, to what extent? Like, we got to make it. We probably got to make both these picks. And I mean, I thought they were going to, package their 6 and 7 to move up, truthfully, but I guess the board is falling in a way that they don't feel that way.
Yeah. I was telling Chris, I did a top 25 best available who the Jets can be interested in, and not many of them have gone.
I was just going to ask how many are still left.
I put out a tweet this morning. Let me check.
A lot. I had Demerson on there.
Okay.
I left Cedric Gray off because I just don't think I didn't think he would be a target. I left Theo Johnson off because they love their tight end room more than anything in the world. I didn't have Kyrie Jackson on there, although I should have. I had Dorless on there, so he's gone. I didn't have Baker because I think I put Malik Washington might have been the only receiver I put on there. Didn't have Evan Williams on there. Didn't have Tez Walker. Didn't have DeCamerion Richardson. I had Javon Foster. No tight ends, so no Eric All. No Jordan. I had Mekhi Wingo. He hasn't gone yet, right? We just talked about
still
it.
on the board.
He's still available.
He's still there. I had Mekhi Wingo, but I didn't have Jordan Jefferson. No Bordellini, no Tyrese Knight, no Mason McCormick, no Jalen Wright, no AJ Barner, no Troy Taylor, no Stover. I had Malik Mustafa, and no Bucky Irving. So only like 3 guys that I projected that they could be interested in. And not to say I'm right about that. I'm just saying in terms of what's on the board, I'm liking it because there's a lot of guys still out there who I thought would be good fits.
Ray Davis for the Bills.
Okay.
So now the Jets are on the clock.
Better receiver than I thought he would be.
Are on the board.
Mm-hmm. I put out 10 names this morning. Some of the plays
he made for Kentucky were fantastic.
Mm-hmm. I put out 10 names for the Jets this morning. Rattler, Garendo, Rice, Hicks, Christian Jones, Jalen Wright, Jatavian Sanders, Mo Kamara, Cam Hart, and Jamari Thrash. So only Jalen Wright and Jatavian Sanders have gone. And I don't know, any of those other 8 names, I feel like I'm over the moon at this point, especially with the trade down.
Just get on the clock and take a damn quarterback so we can relax about this a little bit.
Yeah.
What are you worried about? I'm not worried. There's no stress. They've done great. They just picked up an additional third next year.
Who's in front of them? Who's Philly's QB2?
Philly's QB2 is
escaping me.
It's exact. Those are the words that I was going to say.
Is there a Georgia quarterback Howie Roseman could take?
Hold on. NFL depth charts. Philadelphia Eagles. It's not Mariota again, right?
No.
Oh, guys, it's Kenny Pickett.
Oh shoot!
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Here's
so they're not taking a quarterback.
The quarterback room for the Philadelphia Eagles: Jalen Hurts, Kenny Pickett, Tanner McKee, Will Grier.
And the Bills brought some. Who'd the Bills bring back? Trubisky?
I believe so.
I'll tell you right now. Trubisky, yes. It appears, guys.
So unless someone trades up,
they traded out of the spot again.
Oh,
who?
They traded out of the spot again. They're not picking in this spot. The 49ers.
Right
the
now?
49ers traded up with the Jets. Yes, the Jets are not picking here.
Brother, we need to make a pick.
I don't know. I mean, I'm greedy. If they have 15 picks by the end, I'm gonna be like, sweet. Like, I'm anxious for a pick, but keep trading. If you're adding picks, is it for another 3 next year though? Joe D loading up, knowing he might need a quarterback next year.
I'm waiting to see what the return is. Stand by. By the way, the pro comp on ESPN's little blurb about Spencer Rattler is Zach Wilson, and so just on that premise alone, no, thank you.
Hey, no.
Jets took him off their board.
That's exactly what Jonathan says in the comment right there. ESPN's pro comp for Rattler is Wilson.
That's hilarious.
Somebody said, has Brandon Rice been drafted? No, he has not.
So, all right, I don't know what they've gotten yet. Hold on. Where were the 49ers picking in the 5th round?
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Okay.
Let's see.
They were picking 135. So did the Jets trade down and get back-to-back picks, or did they pick something up in the future? I'll tell you in a second. Here I was thinking I could just hop on for one round and just talk about the team, and I might not even get to talk about a pick.
Yeah, right.
It's unbelievable. And my breakfast just got here. So,
yeah, I'm scanning Twitter to see the compensation.
Yeah, that's what I have. I'm just.
Field
I
Yates
keep hitting.
is usually right on top of it, but maybe he's just lacking on this Saturday.
Well, the picks and everything happened so quickly. Expert Dealer says, "Can we draft Brandon Rice?" They could.
Yeah, for sure. Why not? I mean, that's like if you don't have faith in Lazard, that's kind of your guy. Strong hands, big body. He'll give you effort in the run blocking game. He's not really going to like separate or win like down the field a ton, but like contested catches, sure. And he's like kind of the pipeline guy for Mike Williams as well.
So just for the record, the Jets have not made a single selection today, right? I just want us to be.
We're still at 2 picks, but we added a third in the future.
You missed nothing, Glenn. We're still trying to figure out what they got. Here's what they got. They got pick 173 and pick 176. They picked up 2 5th-rounders to move out of 129.
I don't like that.
How many spots did they move down?
No,
40.
Yeah, 40.
46.
Boy,
40.
they are really not liking what's on this draft board. They're like running
If
for
they
their
don't take
lives.
anybody at 134, I'm going to be upset.
Especially in a draft how we've talked about how Jim Nagy keeps saying it's like the weakest day 3 ever.
Okay.
Accumulating picks.
So best available. I know who the pick is for San Francisco. They took standby. They took Louisville running back.
No.
Garendo.
Isaac Garendo.
Okay.
Yes. I will be right back.
That hurts.
God, that feels like a lot.
That's a lot of picks. They got 173 and 176, but still,
Right. Right.
I don't necessarily love it.
No, that's
I really like the first trade. I don't like the second one.
Twitter was melting down when they traded once. I haven't been paying attention to it now. People must be losing their minds.
I was gonna say even Connor Hughes is like, oh, MFG, another trade back. Like somebody said this is causes karma for not liking the breakfast sandwich story.
Oh. Joe Douglas just trolling. Joe Douglas is going to keep the media there all day. And then when they're on the clock with the last pick, he's going to trade all of his picks for a future pick for another 3rd rounder next year. The Jets have traded 5 5ths, 2 6ths, and 3 7ths for a 3rd rounder in 2025. That would be kind of talk about A-level trolling.
Mm-hmm.
What do they have? I got to start writing this down.
All right, I got it right here. Yep, they got 134.
Okay. Hang on, let me get a piece of paper here for myself.
They're back up to 6 picks for the rest of the day.
All right, 134,
173,
173,
176.
Okay.
185.
Okay.
190.
Okay.
And 257.
So they've got 5 picks in a 27 pick span.
TJ Tampa to Baltimore because Baltimore can just get all the good players.
They can't keep getting away with this.
No, sorry,
no.
4 picks. The Jets have 4 picks in a 17 pick span. But between 173 and 190, they have 4 picks.
That's not bad.
What are they do? What are they doing? Like, what is the idea?
You missed it, Chris. I said Joe Douglas's master plan is to just keep trading down, and then when they're on the clock for Mr. Irrelevant, he's going to package them all and move them for a pick next year. Jets have no more picks, and the media storms out of there, slamming doors and breaking windows.
What is he doing? By the way, guys, no quarterback. Tom Pelissaro just tweeted this out. No quarterback has been taken since Bo Nix was taken at Big 12.
That's crazy, man.
That is nuts.
But listen, a lot of us said like that's after the first. I mean, again, and I thought Rattler might be in the top 50, or top 75. But it really felt like we said all along. There's like a few guys at the top, and then nobody till the 3rd, 4th round, and then after those 3, nobody till the 6th or 7th round.
Southern Jet,
I was hoping.
You're getting a little too antsy. Use the 2025 3rd as part of an IU trade. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to need. And the story now is that they're more likely to deal Debo. And to listen, the Jets, as we sit here this moment, have $3 million in cap space, and they're going to need 10 for the rookie class. So really, there's $7 million.
Well, not if they keep trading all the picks.
There
If
you
they
go.
only have to pay Olu
If
and
they
Corey,
only,
we might
if they
make
only
out.
pay two players,
Maybe that's part of the plan. They're sitting in the war room right now with the capologist going, we forgot about the cap.
Jared Wiley, the pick for the Chiefs.
Oh, wow.
Who was
That's a
the
nice-
Ravens pick? Do you have that?
The
Oh,
Ravens pick was
you
TJ
said-
Tampa.
Yeah.
When we said they can't keep getting away with this, Nate Wiggins and TJ Tampa as part of
Dude, I
that.
feel like every time I forget
That's
the
crazy.
Ravens draft class and then I look it up and I'm just like, gosh, like
Yeah, well,
how? They're
here you
four
go.
deep
No
every
sweat,
time.
Rich, just busting your chops a little bit. That
Since
would
you're
be,
interested, here you go.
if you can get Ayuk, that'd be a hell of a get.
Nate Wiggins, Rosengarten, Adisa Isaac, Tez Walker, TJ Tampa.
Yeah, 5 deep on like just studs.
All really good players.
Guys, stop
Every
letting
time.
Baltimore draft the good players.
Every time.
Well, it's like we said, they don't overthink it. They don't. They just say good player.
Sounds good.
A run on running backs there. Will Shipley, Ray Davis, Isaac
Grendo, yeah.
to the Eagles, Bills, and Giants.
I did not see that Will Shipley went. Where'd Shipley go?
Philadelphia.
Oh, nice.
Do you guys know how many picks without looking the Cardinals have made?
We were
Too
talking about
many?
it earlier.
Too many?
8?
20,
And
26, I think.
I'll tell you, I gave them an A on the radio yesterday for what they did on night one.
Harrison and Robinson, yeah.
It went down after what they did on day 2.
You're not a Max Melton fan?
No.
Not there. Oh,
Huge
after
Max
day 2,
Melton.
you said. Oh, okay.
Huge Max Melton fan.
Trey
Trey
Benson,
Beyond
Benson?
that,
Trey Benson?
you don't love?
Isaiah Adams?
I like Trey Benson though. I'm a Benson guy.
They
I was
have
kinda okay on
they
those
have
guys.
James Conner.
And we talked about Adams and Reamer. I like
Yeah.
them, but they went earlier than I thought.
And I don't love Tip Ryman or the rest of the pack, but I thought they were solid for like their first 4 or 5 picks.
They got 2 starters with their first 2 picks and then didn't get another starter, which is a problem, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think Atlanta is just kind of wild. Penix and then a Roro. And they
Did you
traded
guys
up
see them
quite
try
a
to
bit
announce a
for him.
row?
Yeah, it's
Was it a disaster?
I
I will
knew it
tell
was
you.
gonna happen.
I was listening to local radio yesterday when I was driving. By the way, the Eagles traded out of the pick that they're making.
I think
okay.
there was an extra row. I think whoever announced it, I forget who it was, and you could see him do the double, like almost like he didn't look at the card before he went out there. Like he
Right.
looked at it and then he went and looked down again and stared. And he was like, "A row, and I'm like, that was 1 or 2 rows too many.
It's an extra row.
But
So, Rook
listen,
Aurora.
if you've not seen the first time I saw the name, I was like, "What? How do you say
No,
this thing?"
It's easy. Rook Aurora.
Well,
The trade
once
here.
I looked for an interview with him and he explained it, then it was very easy.
The trade. The Eagles have traded picks 132 and 210 to the Lions for picks 164, 201, and a 2025 4th round pick.
So they're trading next year's capital.
Yeah.
They just traded the 3rd to come up
Yeah,
with the Jets.
tells you what people think early about next year's draft class
And-
after.
Okay, the Vikings after their trade up with the Jets and then the trade up for Dallas Turner, they have a 1 and 2 5s next year. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
You're
going
not
to
going to be able to help your rookie quarterback there.
Yeah.
2 picks until the Jets.
All right. I'm looking at the division rivals draft classes. Buffalo, Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, Dwayne Carter, and Ray Davis. I actually really like that draft class for them so far.
Yeah, I think
I was
that's solid.
I was kind of cold on Keon Coleman, but Bishop and Carter I really like. And then we just talked about Ray Davis.
I'll tell you, absolutely hate what Miami did in the worst possible way. Chop Robinson, Patrick Paul, Jalen Wright. That's really good.
Yeah, that is a good.
That's
good
really
class.
good.
And they still got 4 more picks. New England, Drake May, Jalen Polk. That's a duo. I like that.
I mean, they got my QB1.
Javon Baker. Caden Wallace, we like him on the pod. And Layden Robinson, we've talked about. They've done good.
Yeah, and they got my QB1, so how mad could I be, with what they did?
Yeah. The AFC East is drafting well.
Sione
All right,
Vaca to the Lions.
Oh, with the trade up, okay.
He's a Lions player all through and through. Only issue I had with him, and it's something you could coach out of him. I think
We talked about this.
it.
Yeah.
He he's hair on fire to the point where sometimes he's out of control and he misses guys, overruns guys.
You know what?
Just,
if there's a coach
energy,
I
you can
trust,
fix that.
if there's a coach I trust to get that under control,
I mean.
it's Dan Campbell.
That's what I mean by he's a lion through and through. He's exactly what they like. So that's a great spot for him.
And now we wait for Kansas City to make a pick. And remember,
Mike Kelly said, "What's the draft grade going to be this year?" We're going to trade the draft grade, Mike. We have traded the draft grade.
And Glenn, we talked about this, the versatility with Sione.
Yeah.
Like Dan Campbell uses offensive tackles as wide receivers. You don't think he's going to have some trick plays for this kid
to play at running back? Yeah.
Ben Johnson's not going to dial stuff up for this guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%. What would you guys give this draft class so far? Just it's two picks. You can count the future third.
It's two picks.
Yeah. I mean, like a B plus. I feel like if they made a couple of these picks, I'd be a little happier. But like B plus is kind of where I sit.
Yeah, it's so tough to grade when you're talking two picks. But
they picked up a 2025 third though, so that helps.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
Yeah, better value, but yeah, I would say B plus. Yeah.
The Jets aren't going to trade again, right? They're not going to.
They can't.
Dude, if they do.
The Chiefs have made a selection.
So the Jets are on the clock.
Jets are on the clock.
The Chiefs selected one pick in front of the New York Jets. Safety Jaden Hicks out of Washington State.
What?
One pick in front of the New York Jets. Jaden Hicks goes to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Look, to make this many trades with the safeties that were on the board, they must love their guys. Or there's a guy later who you weren't here earlier, Dylan. Did play like a Jet last night. We've been doing daily wrap-ups, mailbag wrap-ups, and let's see. Got multiple messages pinging all over the place here. And we were talking about how the Jets apparently are really high on what they've seen so far from Jarek Bernard-Converse. They are working him at safety and corner. So, because that's the thing, I keep seeing him listed at safety, then he's listed at corner.
I have the Jets.
So do I.
Who is it?
Braelon Allen.
Really?
Braelon Allen is the selection.
Can't hate it. Good player. Thought they would take a running back, but I thought it would be later. We'll have some Braelon Allen stuff here to throw up for the viewers.
That's continuing the streak for Joe Douglas.
Yeah,
exactly. Like
I said, dude, people were getting mad at me when I had a running back in one of my mocks. Stop taking running backs. I'm like, are you not familiar with Joe Douglas? Like, I'm sorry you don't want one. And I too would like them to go the free agent route or UDFA route. But that may not happen. You got to live with that. So, yeah, I've got
You got some clips?
Here's the problem. It's another year before they pick again.
Yeah.
They pick with the last two picks of the fifth round.
173 is their next pick, so buckle up.
Braelon,
39 more picks.
Up the middle, cut back. Oof. Runs with a purpose. You can see there, runs with power, good agility. My biggest knock on him, if you want to call it a knock, we'll watch that again. If you want to call it a knock, is the lack of long speed. I did see him several times. He's a pinball in there. Like that's great contact balance. I know Emery Hunt will hopefully get him back on here. Braelon Allen was his RB1 in this class. And I actually said to Chris, I don't know if you remember, Dylan, this is a while back now. I'm trying to think if it was even when we were doing this. It might be pre you joining us, but I was sending clips to somebody, and Blake Corum and Braelon Allen 2 years ago. I was like, these are future backs to keep an eye on. I really like them. And and here we are. Braelon Allen's a Jet. You got to love that. Little surprising because just because of the needs of the other positions, I thought you could wait till a little later to get Allen. But from a value standpoint, you can't knock that pick.
By the way, when they announced Sione Vaki, they announced him as a running back.
Oh, that's great.
Really?
I thought that was an interesting just note to make there.
Yeah, very interesting. Braelon Allen again hits the hole. Good feet. Score against Purdue. Try to find one of these long runs where you get to see, like I said, his initial burst through the hole is fantastic.
I was gonna say I'm not even like I'm not saying I don't care about his long speed, but if you say that's his
Yeah,
only
I'm not. I
downfall,
said earlier,
that-
I don't. If you get a 60-yard run, I don't care.
that's exactly what the Jets need though, because if you think like they need like the opposite of Dalvin Cook, and I know I was a big Dalvin Cook supporter of signing him last year, but like Dalvin Cook can't get you those 3 to 4 hard yards. Braelon Allen is probably going to be that guy to give you those 3 or 4 hard yards when Breece Hall is tired. Yeah, he can break one loose every now and again here, but like if that's not his specialty, I'm cool with that.
You need a thumper,
So
right?
this is
You need
against Ohio
Exactly.
State.
you need somebody that is going to give your overall number one back a spell. And I will compare this to something Aaron Rodgers is familiar with. And I'm not saying that the two running backs that the Jets have are these two players.
And his
But
name.
when the Packers were having most of their success and Aaron Rodgers was winning back-to-back MVPs, they had Aaron Jones and they had AJ Dillon. And it feels as if that is what the Jets are trying to kind of recreate.
You mean Jamal Williams?
Okay, Jamal Williams. I mean, Jamal
No,
Williams,
I
AJ Dillon,
know.
they're the same type of back.
No, they really are. So it's just going to be, and I've talked about that. I was like, so many, I think for the past 2 years when Jamal Williams was a free agent, I'm like, give me the guy who's going to put his head down, lower his shoulder, like you see against this one. And even in the first clip that Glenn put up, like he's going to get you those tough yards. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about contact.
I'll throw another comparison out there. You guys can tell me if I'm foolish, but like DeMarco Murray ran like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
DeMarco Murray had that kind of style to him where he could be a number one and can give you that type of volume, but is a thumper, right? And that's, I think, what the Jets are looking for.
And let's see what else we got.
I mean, seriously, the Jets don't pick again until 173.
Yeah.
We're
Then we
on-
have that cluster of picks.
We're on pick 135. That's 40 picks from now. Don't do this, Glenn. I don't need to see this. I went to this school.
Sorry, Chris.
Come
Come your
on.
eyes. I think he gets caught on this one though. See, he has a few big runs where he doesn't break away, but
But if he's your RB3 right now,
yeah,
potentially the
I'm
RB2.
making no complaints. I'm just saying that might be the one thing that, because there were a few times I watched and I'm like, oh, he's gone, and then he gets caught. So I'm like, just make a mental note, like, all right, maybe the long speed isn't great, but I have no problem with the pick. Like I said, he's a guy that a couple of years ago I was like, add him to the watch list, and they got themselves a really good runner. And with this O-line, man, like I said a few minutes ago, it's all about health. If this group stays healthy, these blockers, this can be a special offense.
So this is what Connor Rogers wrote about him. Braelon Allen is a downhill bruising runner built for a man-heavy scheme. His limitations in the pass game currently hurt his ceiling, but I believe he'll grow in that aspect over time. He'd be a great complement for the backfield. So yeah, man-heavy scheme. That's kind of another thing we talked about with this offensive
we're
line.
they're going to be doing with
they're
the moves
going to
they've
be
made.
switching potentially to the gap schemes and stuff. So yeah, all for it. Now you have a 1-2-3 kind of punch if Izzy can become the guy, and why not? You just added so much depth. I think that's the most important part too, is if an injury occurs, you're not, scrambling the free agent wire and fumbling to find a good back, because you need them late in the season for sure.
Guys, San Francisco's making good picks.
Oh, shoot, they are. I saw 135 just now. Wow. I forgot he was available, to be honest.
I mean, they get Ricky Pearsall, and then they get what would have been a better, like a lesser version of Ricky Pearsall, but better value potentially later, and they just take up Jacob Cowing.
Route runners.
What do they do? Are they trading both Debo and Brandon Ayuk? Just getting rid of both of them?
I think it was Bleacher Report had like a mock trade of the Jets giving up either a third and a fourth or a fourth and a fifth for Brandon Ayuk. And I'm like, yeah, I would do that. I know you obviously have to pay him, but like,
they just acquired a third round pick recently, maybe a little bit ago.
Yeah. So say you give up like this year, I mean, you just got them from San Francisco. You can't really trade them back. But if you gave up one of those fifth round picks that you just acquired from San Fran and then that future third, and you got Brandon Ayuk, why not?
Yeah. All right, boys. This is gonna be where I bid you guys adieu.
All right.
Because the Jets don't pick for another 40 picks, and I gotta bounce. So
yeah, go ahead and roll out. And
quarterback. Hopefully a quarterback here in the 5th round for the Jets. Hopefully they cross that thing off the list.
Jordan Travis. I think Spencer will be gone by the next time they're on the board. but I think Jordan Travis might still be there. So,
All right, boys. Happy drafting. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yep.
all
Have
right,
a good
take
one, man.
care.
Yeah, this quarterback drought has been kind of weird. Like not since 12, and
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully one falls to 173, but
Yeah.
I didn't think anybody were going to make it to 129 once the Jets traded back. I was nervous, so we'll see. And maybe they
Yeah,
don't
me too.
prioritize their quarterback 3. You know, maybe they just don't care, and they can find one next year if they need to in the 4th round or whatever. So
I mean, they'll get one at some point. It may not be the guy we want. It may not be as early as we thought.
right,
But
they do the Mr. Irrelevant thing.
Jets are getting, like I said, Rich. They have no cap space. Even at this point, if you all you can read in JFM are the only sources of cap relief, really. And I think maybe you extend them.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to with Reed, which I would do it, but I don't know
you don't
they
think why not with Reed? Why don't you think they would?
because I
extend
feel like they would rather take the extension, give it to Michael Carter, and then like maybe Brandon Eccles on a year deal, and then draft a guy this year or next year.
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure.
I would hope they recognize that having those two is a big part of what
That's
makes them special.
That's what I'm saying. I would
You
pay
take
him
away
and
Sauce or Reed, that is a huge roll of the
Yep.
dice.
yeah, I would pay him and Carter like the second this draft is over. You know, not worry about it for at least the next year or two in this Rodgers
Right.
window, and then assess it later. That's exactly what I would do. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to see. I would definitely want them to do Michael Carter if I had to pick one of the two. I'd
Right.
rather secure up the slot.
Yeah, and Rich says here they could get a QB next year. I get that, but I think at least part of my thinking is if you're going to get someone, you've got for the first
You got
time
two old
in
guys.
100 years, you have a veteran quarterback who's worth learning from. Get someone in the building this year, give them that full season with him in 2024, hopefully again in 2025. And now you've got a young quarterback who's got 2 years under his belt behind Aaron Rodgers, and then you hope he's ready to go. You wait till next year, then say you lose a year, and then Rodgers doesn't come back in 2025. Now you've got a second-year quarterback with no experience. Or no, it would be a rookie quarterback, no experience, no mentor.
Mhm.
I mean, you've got a million picks, and there's a few names on the board who you can. I mean, do the Jets have? Will they have 5 more picks? Do they have
Yeah.
5 more needs?
No.
You know what I mean? Safety,
Yeah, I
DT,
would trade.
quarterback.
I would package a couple of these up and take a quarterback, honestly, and just
Yeah.
walk out of here
Well,
with a
that's part
quarterback
of what I
and
was
3 more
thinking
picks.
when you guys were saying they don't pick until whenever. I'm like, well, could they package a couple of these to
Mhm.
move up if somebody continues to fall?
Yeah. It
We'll
seems like
see,
they
but
don't
that's a
move
little
off
disappointing
Mr.
to have
Irrelevant.
those. If they don't get a quarterback now, having had 3 opportunities to get one, that'll be not a great. Unless, as Rich said, as you guys said, unless there's something we don't know that they really don't like these quarterbacks. Like if they're just looking at them and thinking these aren't NFL caliber guys, but I think they are. I think Rattler is. I think Pratt is. I think Travis is.
There's got to be one guy that's
That's what I
outside of
mean.
the top guys that they felt like was taking a flyer on.
Exactly. We're talking day 3 picks, developmental quarterbacks.
And if they're not taking
If they're
at any
looking,
position, I
some
mean,
of the
maybe
guys
they
we've
just
talked about, if they're looking at these guys next to Carter Bradley and a Keaton Slovis and a Devin Leary, and they don't see a huge gap, and they think we'll just take the best UDFA and they'll be on our board. They're separated by 2.5 points. I don't know. I just let's wait and see what happens. Let's not jump the gun. I still think they take one. I just thought they would have
I
taken
think
one by now.
Yeah, especially given that they have 5 more picks. Even if they do, like I said, the whole Mr. Irrelevant thing, they make everybody wait and they take with the last pick, they take like Carter Bradley or like you said, Devin Leary or somebody just to secure him instead of being a UDFA. But that's also a thing too. They could bring in a UDFA quarterback and he could, at least be somewhat, I don't know. Does Keaton Slovis get drafted at this point? It's hard to
That's
tell.
what I mean. See, that's what I struggle with because I've heard people say Slovis won't get picked. I've heard people say Leary won't get picked. I've heard people say Milton won't get picked. And I'm like, if this is and Jim Nagy's not the only one to say it. He just was the first, and he said it so many times that this is the weakest day 3 class we've seen in a long time because so few underclassmen declared. So I'm like, if it's a super weak class, would there not be a few quarterbacks who, even if they're not in the past, wouldn't have draftable grades? That if you're taking a flyer on someone, wouldn't you just say, well, let's just make it a quarterback?
Yeah.
At some
Premium
point,
position, it could help out your team in a pinch or in the future. Like, yeah, I agree.
listen, we talked about Slovis and Leary on the same episode a few weeks ago. And one of the things about Slovis that we talked about, and someone I posed, again, I did the 25 list this morning. Slovis was on there. I think that his history and Spencer Rattler, similar story, right? But you can get Slovis later. Guys who bounce around and play for a bunch of different schools, like they're guys who have sort of been through the grinder a little bit and know, they've dealt with some adversity that maybe other quarterbacks haven't. So, you hope there's, building up some callous and ability to deal with that type of stuff.
People shy away from the words battle tested with certain quarterback prospects, and I feel like that's a better thing than, I know like other positions, if you have a battle tested player, they're like, yeah, I'm all for it. But quarterback, they kind of shy away. So it is intriguing. That's why I do like Rattler. Apparently, Braelon Allen a couple weeks ago said, if you draft me, you get an emergency quarterback too. And there's a video of him doing an RPO, and he gets out of the pocket, throws a spiral, just a dot for a first down. Oh, for a touchdown after catch. Yeah, it's on his Twitter profile. So maybe the Jets got a twofer in that one. They got their emergency third developmental. Yeah, they don't need one. Another guy though. If you go with the cornerback story and you don't want to pay DJ Reed, but you want to get a pipeline guy other than Cam Hart, Chris Abrams-Drain, I feel like from Missouri could be a good guy.
Yeah, he was on my 25.
Yeah, another guy that's in the top 100 for a lot of people, like top 125. So technically now out of his range where it's pure value. So I would like to see them at least attack corner, safety, D tackle, quarterback, and maybe another O lineman or wide receiver with the 5 picks if they stick and pick all 5. Any player at a premium position, I can't get mad at late on day 3.
Yeah, exactly.
So even if they wanted to, explore an edge rusher, I know we talked about Mo Kamara. I'm pretty sure there's a couple other edges that we've talked about previously on the podcast.
Right.
Brennan Jackson, right? I think he's still available. Austin Booker from Kansas. Then it gets kind of bottom of the barrel, but
I'm just shooting out a quick Braelon Allen tweet with a few of his runs.
I feel like they might not take a linebacker this year. I feel like that might be a first for them.
Yeah. I mean, maybe a day 3 guy if Salah convinces Douglas, but that's a position I could see them passing on.
Yeah. Get like 2 or 3 in UDFA pool and just go from there. You kind of have that position solidified. You're 4 deep, You got Mosley, Sherwood, Quincy, and Barnes. So, I mean, you have your guys and your potential pipeline guys, so. Speaking of linebackers, the Steelers have had a killer draft, including Peyton Wilson.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Their class is so good.
Oh, wow. I guess this is a change to Twitter. It's been a long time since I tried to send out more than one video at a time. I sent out 4 video clips. They're all going out as one tweet.
Oh, nice.
Like you can see all 4 of them at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And they play, one just played and now it paused and now the second one is playing. So they play in order. That's awesome.
Twitter did one thing right.
I think they do a lot of things right, but
yeah, they do.
They let people talk.
Yeah.
But let's see. Yeah, Braelon Allen, man. That's
that's exciting.
Tough one not to like. Plenty of highlights on him. I only sent out 4. I didn't want to do like 20 highlights.
Yeah. The draft grade doesn't go down. It's still like a B or B plus for me, at least. I'd say with this draft class. I know it's only 3 players, but you're going offense, offense, offense. That's what Woody Johnson preached. That's what the team has kind of been emphasizing this whole offseason is just revamping this offense. Obviously going all in with Aaron Rodgers. So can't knock any of these picks.
Here.
All right, we're only at pick 139, so we still got a ways to go.
Just give me 1 second, Dylan.
He runs a little bit upright, but he's very strong and powerful, CD. So when guys get hit him, they just kind of bounce off of him. Yeah, no doubt about it. Time for a player comparison presented by
Daniel Jeremiah and the NFL Network crew has some nice things to say about Braelon Allen. Called him a delivers contact guy. So
Yeah, he's. I'm very happy with that. I didn't have him because I just didn't think he was a guy they would target. I thought it would. I thought they would target a round 6 or 7 guy, if anything. So there you go.
I thought he had a potential to be one of the first running backs off the board in like late round 2, but clearly that was not the case.
Rich is asking difference between Ray Davis, Jets pick Allen, and estimate. Ooh, sorry. At Davis probably has the best hands in the group. From what I saw, Braelon Allen wasn't asked to catch the football a whole lot that I can recall. I'd have to look up his numbers, but I think Davis has the best hands. Estimate doesn't have the speed that Braelon Allen has. Even though, like I said, his long speed, he runs out of gas a little bit, but he is 225, 235. So he's a bigger dude. Might run out of gas, but I think Allen's combination of contact balance, speed, physicality, I think he's the best of the bunch. Davis shouldn't be slept on though. He's a good player. He looked good in Mobile. I liked him before Mobile, and Estimate. I probably of the 3 I watched less of him than anyone this year, but I thought he was going to have a better pre-draft process than he did. But he's a good player too. I think Estimate will be a solid back. But I think that's the biggest thing to me is Allen's got the superior contact balance, explosiveness. But again, Davis has that as well. Just I prefer Allen. Did we take Allen because Hicks went? I doubt it, Joseph. I mean, if they wanted Hicks,
they might have just traded down
if
again.
If they wanted anybody that bad, they wouldn't have traded down 7 times. You know, I think they were pretty comfortable with who was on the board and what they might get. And I said earlier, apparently they are pretty high on Jarek Bernard-Converse, who they took last year, and he might be a safety that nobody's talking about with cornerback flexibility.
The NFL panel of that video I was just watching, Daniel Jeremiah, Charles Davis, they compared Braelon Allen to A.J. Dillon. So it would have been funny if Chris was still here with us because he just talked about A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. So funny that Allen was compared to Dillon in that way.
Yep.
What do we got here? Only on pick 140. Trying to see if I can find any of these picks ahead of time.
Sneaking around back here. I think somebody was trying to sneak on camera.
He might have got caught.
Anyway.
All right, this is from Connor Hughes. What I dug up on new Jets running back Braelon Allen after talking to a national scout and an assistant general manager. Very instinctive, tremendous in pass protection, elite level college production, evident by 1,200 plus rushing yards in first 2 seasons at Wisconsin.
Super young too.
Yeah, the drop in year 3, 984 yards. Oh no, more of a result of a scheme change. He scored 35 rushing touchdowns. If there's a concern, though, it's that you'd expect more physicality from someone who's 6'1", 235. He's a physical runner, yes, but you almost feel like he should be more physical than he is. He's a nice compliment to Hall and Abanikanda. I mean, if the knock is that he's physical, just not physical enough, that can all be coached. I feel like if you're already putting your head down, absorbing contact, you're probably gonna do it at the next level too. So
Yeah.
I'm not mad at that
No.
potential con about Braelon Allen at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if let's see. I think this is a TD run. Just while we're talking, since the Jets aren't on the clock for another 6 hours, and I have a million Braelon Allen highlights.
I like that.
See, good feet.
Yep.
Like I said, agility.
He can bounce it outside. Yeah. If you
Yep.
need him to make like a 35, 40-yard run, he can do it. Now, if you're backed up in your own end zone, no, you probably
Right.
don't, you're not going to expect him to score. I go back to the Breece Hall run in week 1 when the
Right.
Jets were backed up on their end zone
Yeah.
and Garrett didn't get the block. Like Braelon Allen probably would get caught every time there. Like Breece Hall, now that he's fully healthy, like he's not going to get caught the next time that situation happens for a 90+ yard run.
And as you're saying it from inside their own 5, this is against Purdue. I think he gets caught here. Yeah. But still, that's a great run,
Yeah.
It's for a big man, feet like that and an explosion like that can be a good player. Let's pull that down. Would I package JFM in a future third for Ayuk? San Fran wouldn't do that, Rich. And I think a lot of people are. I think if anyone, you look at the Jets roster, if there's anyone with trade value who could offer cap relief, it's probably JFM. But I would imagine San Fran's not moving him for a 3 and a player.
No.
But that's something I'm actually going to do because we've been so, buried under draft content since the end of the season. I haven't really been looking at, obviously, much of last year, but I'm going to do where did Cam Hart go? Cam Hart to the Chargers. Sorry, Dom C.
Shoot.
Could have had him,
no point.
Dom. So many chances. He was on my 20.
Yeah. The streak was broken, by the way, of consecutive picks without a quarterback, 129 and counting. Like the previous record for
I thought you were
picks
saying
without a quarterback.
Mike.
No, that's what I thought the tweet said at first, but no, the record for the longest wait for a quarterback. We're at 129 and counting, and that might even have been a couple picks ago. So,
yeah, but I'm going to go back and I'm going to pull a bunch of JFM clips and kind of I think he has a bigger impact than fans realize.
JFM, yeah, absolutely,
much
unsung
bigger
hero on that defensive line. I don't like. What do people expect if they get rid of him? You have Jermaine Reddick and Will McDonald. That's not enough. I know that sounds silly, but that's not enough. You need at least one more guy.
He can play well inside. He can play well outside.
Yep.
The versatility, man. If you have a guy who can play as well as he does inside or outside, that's a valuable player. He does both.
Yeah,
and fans just don't recognize it. The number of people, he's so overpaid. You just cut him. He's gonna cut a guy.
Yeah,
you can pencil him in for 50 QB pressures every year, but because people only get points for sacks in fantasy football, they don't see value in pressures.
Right.
Dude, I had the Jets defense. I got 0 points for those pressures. How can they be important? Like, that stuff matters. And just because you can find clips of quarterbacks completing some passes under pressure doesn't mean there's no value in it. I can show you a lot of plays where there are interceptions and incompletions under pressure. And like I said, every year JFM just goes out there and gets 50. And he's lazy. He's gotten lazy ever since he got his contract. Because it's super easy to do what he does. He may as well be in a lounge chair the way he plays. Give me a break, man. People fantasy football, Madden, all this stuff is just ruined the way people, see all of this.
See all of it. Yeah, it's It's a non-realistic perspective that it fits a narrative and it's an easy talking point, so people use it. I do think JFM is a super important piece of this defense. I just hope they don't do the Jamison Crowder thing and approach him in
I
like
thought about
August and
that.
be like,
I thought
"Oh,
about that the
dude,
other
take a
day. Are they going to
50%
come to him in
cut."
a few weeks and
Yeah,
say, you need to knock your number down to 9, or something? And
yeah,
while
and
everyone
like
else is maxed out, nobody can afford to give him a big deal.
everybody just paid their rookie class. They get those
But it is what
extra
they
free
do, isn't it?
agents like the OBJs and Tyler Boyds, and that crop of free agents
Yep.
class goes. The post June 1 cuts and all that. Like,
Yep. Give me just 1 second.
sure, no problem. All right, so we're at 142 in the fifth round. I think this is the middle of the fifth round. Jets still waiting. 30 more picks. It's going to be a minute. We'll see. Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic said Braelon Allen said it was a great feeling when he found out the Jets picked him, said he thought he would have been drafted earlier. I certainly feel the same way. I would have had him maybe as like my second or third ranked running back. Probably behind Jonathan Brooks is the only player I can think of right off the top of my head that I'd have above him. A picture of him from the 33rd team was posted on Twitter of him in the weight room. Absolutely hulking human being. So, yeah, I'm all for it. I think the draft grade still remains a B plus, maybe an A minus if you factor in that future third. So, Joe Douglas doing kind of Joe Douglas type things. I know he has some hit or miss draft classes, but this one's definitely closer to the 2022 draft class, and he didn't have all those high caliber picks to make good decisions with. So definitely good on him. As we talked about earlier, I think 8 wins, health on his side, even without a playoff berth, could still save him based on the way he's put the roster together. But we'll see. On paper, the Jets look like some of the better teams to beat. I know we talk about the 8 to 10 teams every year that have a chance to win it all, and as long as we have Rodgers and we continue to acquire depth and competition at each of these premium spots, there's no reason to say the Jets shouldn't be. I mean, playoffs might be underselling what I think the Jets could do at this point, and it's all on paper, of course, but you got to think we have the Bills number to a degree. That comes down to a one-score game every time. Miami, I mean, they've had our number certainly last year, but they lost a good amount of pieces. They're having a good draft, but they had to cut down a couple of good pieces. So you got to think they're going to at least keep these one-score games in the division. New England has a rookie quarterback. The Jets are going to face at least 2, maybe 3 rookie quarterbacks this season. Drake May, Bo Nix, and J.J. McCarthy for Minnesota. So we'll see. I think 8 to 10 wins is like the low for this team at this point, and that sounds really optimistic, but hey, that's where we are. I'm usually the optimistic person. Maybe Glenn will disagree, but I think 8 to 10 is like the easy range for the Jets, and if we get anything past that, it's just incredible. See, it looks like he's coming back here. And shout out to the 656 people in the chat. We really appreciate you guys, all your interactions in the live chat, everything. We appreciate it all. So, Glenn, I was just saying, 8 to 10 wins. It feels like we're underselling this team on paper. They might be one of the best, not only in the division but in the conference.
But listen, I said it the other day, and fans can, it's funny because I've seen a couple, like I think David Carr, like a couple of, former player commentators have come out and said, like, this Jets team is a force to be reckoned with. Like, look at them on paper.
Yep.
Again, can't say it enough times. I understand they've got to stay healthy. I get that. But even if they stay, oh, wow, Anthony Gould in the 5th, love him, wrote a profile on him. I really thought, again, this is why you shouldn't listen to the experts too much. The quote-unquote experts had me convinced he was a UDFA 7th rounder. Like him a lot. In fact, I believe he scored in the Shrine Bowl while we were down in Mobile, Dylan. He had a punt return for a touchdown.
Yeah. Yep.
dynamic player, short arms, yes, but man, he is. And with these new kickoff return rules, if you put him back there, love that pick for the Colts. When I've been saying all along, the Jets may take another receiver, but probably later on, he's a guy I've had in mind. Obviously not anymore. But yeah, when you look at this Jets team on paper, and like I've seen people laugh at, oh, it's so silly. Somebody sent out a tweet like, oh, here's 3 teams that could surprise this year, and somebody was like, oh, look at them trying to sneak the Jets in there, like the Jets are any good. And I'm just thinking, are you doing something here, Dylan?
I'm trying our lads depth chart of the Jets as we're talking about it.
Gotcha. Because it was just a white screen. There it is.
Yeah.
If you look at it, and listen, I said this last year, and that all the Jets did was go out and get better, right?
Mm-hmm. If
you look at the premium positions, and we should do that. This should be an exercise we do, Dylan. Whether it's division, conference, entire NFL, just and a straightforward, like 1 for a below average player, 2 for an above average player, 3 for an above average player, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just to keep it simple, and give every team points. And you go with the Jets, you look at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, left tackle, cornerback, edge rushers. Who's going to come out higher? What NFL team is going to have more points? And if you just grade them on a simple, straightforward, above average, average, below average, at the criticals, at tackles, at corner, at edge, at quarterback, who's going to come out? I don't think anyone's going to come out higher.
No, when you look at those 5,
Reddick, Jermaine Johnson, Quinnen Williams, that front. I know I'm leaving somebody out. Who am I leaving out? Will McDonald, we can't really grade. We haven't seen it yet. But you fully expect him to be an impact player.
Yeah, JFM
who we just talked about. That's 5 guys up front who can pressure or get to the quarterback consistently.
When you look at the 5 premium, at least in my opinion, the 5 premium positions: quarterback, wide receiver, offensive tackle, edge rusher, and cornerback, you could argue, and this is a great argument because it's still a good tandem, your tackles are your lowest group with Tyron and Morgan Moses. And I know Olu adds to that group for sure, but he's still a rookie. He's still, inexperienced. So I'd say the tackles are their lowest of their premium position, and they still have good players and depth at the position. And if they do like Carter Warren, then you're 4 deep. So just really interesting, because that is a great exercise to do, and we'll have to make it like a whole show with Chris, because it goes hand in hand with the summer ranking series that he and I did for the division. Right. We ranked the AFC East, and then we ranked the Jets roster as a totality. And I'm going to tell you right now that this year is going to have a lot more green or blue type colors in that summer ranking than orange, yellow, and red. Mm-hmm. And that's a good thing. That's just a testament to how much depth and strength Joe Douglas is bringing to the roster.
And Howard says JD doesn't cut draft picks. There aren't too many open roster spots. That's true, but they will move guys to the practice squad.
They have to.
You're getting some of these guys so late, you'll have practice. But again, you don't love that, because if it's a player you really like, you are leaving him exposed. But sure. Again, I'm wondering if they're hoping to have a couple more deals where teams offer a round earlier to get a guy this year and move out of some of these picks. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Like I said, the Jets have 4 picks in a 17 pick span. Starting with 173 through 190.
So supposedly the Jets Twitter page just put this out 5 minutes ago. Braelon Allen is the youngest player in this year's draft class. So you talked about how young he is the youngest. He did that by taking his junior and senior years of high school together to get to Wisconsin early. So that's just incredible.
Nobody likes to show off, Braelon. Nobody likes to show off. I did senior year at the same time. You got idiots like me scraping through to get 1 year.
I was going to say, I did my junior year twice.
Survived one damn year of whatever high school. This guy's doing 2 years at once.
I was going to say, does that count if I did my junior year twice? Like,
yeah, exactly. I did a bunch of grades twice, so take that.
Right?
I'm still in 11th grade.
But that's awesome, though. So, this is exciting. I mean, I feel like every time I look, we're like 2 picks closer every time. Oh, Bears are back on the clock. Bears said they're not done with today. They want to come back into the draft
They are.
trade a future pick with the Bills, so they're back up at 144.
I would like, you know, I would like the Jets to trade back up because,
I really would too.
yeah, that would be
So
nice.
3 picks in the top 150. If I've said this, and we've talked about this numerous times, where like you can't take one offensive player in the top 72 to help Rodgers. And right now they kind of did. Obviously, Braelon Allen is going to help, but he was way outside the top 72. And if
Yep.
Olu is a backup, like you really just have Corley, but apparently they just don't like the way that the board, or they like the way that the board is falling, and they feel like they can just acquire future assets and get the guys they still want. So
Yep.
it's interesting. It's completely different than how I thought the draft was going to go. I thought a lot of these guys would have been gone by now. You would have had to trade, good amount of assets to get up to the range to get these guys. I was calling for them to trade up for Corley once you got to like pick 50, I feel like. And they were able to come up just 7 or 8 picks to 65 and get them for a future, or for a 5th round pick. Like, that's a steal in my opinion. So it's just gone completely different than I feel like us or the mainstream media thought it was going to go. Oh, Bears come back up for Austin Booker. That's a good pick.
Let's see here. I'm not going to be ignoring you, but I'm going to try to do a quick post on the Braelon Allen pick.
No, you're
Excuse me.
fine.
Or just a quick article for Jet Nation here, just to put it up there. You can keep talking, but if I do seem to zone out, that would be why.
That's completely fine. We got Denver on the clock at 145. So what is that? 28 picks away. Still like a whole round, it feels like. So let's see what the ESPN board has in terms of top talent remaining. We'll go overall big board and then look at individual positions. Wow, right off the bat, the top 6 names, really top 7 or 8 names would really intrigue me. Brendan Rice, Christian Jones, Mekhi Wingo, Chris Abrams-Drain, Spencer Rattler, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. That's an interesting one, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I know we talked about linebacker.
I've heard a few people say that, and Nick Faria last night, who covers the Jets on Play Like a Jet with myself and Scott. He's an Eagles fan, so of course he's well aware of the history in that name, and he just feels like he's actually worried the Eagles are going to take him because he thinks that he's a little overrated. And I've seen a few people say that this year. I really liked him last year. Haven't watched as much of him this year, but there are those who feel like the name is going to carry him a little further than it would if.
And
if
I wonder if that was more so because of his value of like where he was projected to go in like day 2. And like now that you're in day 3, you're in the 5th round. Like 5th, 6th, 7th round picks are all rated within like a couple points of each other. So you're really just like, it's a complete dart throw. And I know they got the name's escaping me now. Nakobe Dean, the linebacker.
Okay.
They got him at like 83 overall in a draft where everybody's like, nope, Nakobe Dean end of the 1st round. Like he's going to be the guy. I know he had some medical issues, but we'll see. They can find another value linebacker. Obviously the legacy thing is always just cool. Like I wouldn't want to see Brendan Rice on the 49ers. I feel like that'd be a bit much.
Right.
He even said, he's like, I won't take 80. Like, even if they like pushed it on me, I wouldn't take it. So that's cool. But I mean, they got Pearsall and Cowing. So if they went Brendan Rice too, that'd be funny. All right. I got about a half hour till I got to get out of here.
Okay.
Chances the Jets make a pick in that half hour, dwindling to about 3%.
Yeah.
If they can get to 173 in time, but then I'm going to feel obligated to stay for 176, and then something's going to happen. But
And what pick was Allen?
134. That was the trade for Morgan Moses. That was the pick that we swapped. We got that and the 6th round pick from the Moses trade. Yeah, Christian Jones, man. I didn't think he'd fall this far.
No.
He's Mel's 5th best available player. Mo Kamara, Brennan Jackson, Johnny Wilson, Mekhi Wingo, Christian Jones. Johnny Wilson's an intriguing one. I don't know if I'd like him on the Jets or if I like, mainly because I don't know if they could put together a plan for Johnny Wilson. I feel like he's somebody that you really have to be, dialed in and coach up into a good role in the offense. And I don't think I
Right.
trust the Jets offensive staff to do that. I like Sean Jefferson, the Jets wide receiver coach, but
Right.
can Hackett really do much with Johnny Wilson other than make him like a pseudo tight end?
The drops worry me with him. Hang on just 1 second.
Not a problem. But yeah, the drops definitely. The separation obviously just isn't there. He can move, which is really good. But we'll see. Eventually, they're going to have to go defense. Saleh can't just not get a guy. Ulbrich can't not get a guy, right? Brant Boyer, where's his pick? Although Malachi Corley could be a Brant Boyer type of guy too with the new kickoff rules. I've seen that a couple times on social medias. If they like Corley at kick return, that'd be exciting.
Hang on just 1 second. There you go.
Charles Harrison in the chat says GM gets a B so far. Let's go Jets. Yeah, I'd say B is a pretty solid range. B plus. If you factor in the future third, I could say even like A minus, just because those are some of my guys that they got in Fashanu and Corley. But yeah, I think so far what they've done is pretty good. Trade back, get your guys. Just
They've done a really nice
competition
job
across the board.
I thought Rattler went because a PFN alert just popped up with his face on it, but it's asking the question, why hasn't he been taken?
Yeah, I mean that's intriguing. Obviously, he's a very polarizing player. So, did teams get turned off by what they saw from him in their visits, or I'm not sure. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it would be interesting, I guess, or more concerning, I should say, if quarterbacks were getting drafted and Spencer wasn't. But whoever's next is quarterback 7, and 6 went in the top 12. So, I mean, you really can't poke holes. Now, if all of a sudden they slip into like the 6th or 7th round, it's like, all right, something's got to give.
Mm-hmm.
Jarvis Brownlee to the Titans, it looks like.
3,400 yards.
Yep, Jarvis Brownlee Jr., cornerback from Louisville, to the Titans.
Okay. He had a good week at the Senior Bowl too, didn't he?
I was going to say he had a good draft process in general. I feel like the buzz continued to skyrocket for him throughout the entire process. Looks like Chris Abrams-Drain went to pick before that. That's upsetting. He goes to Denver at 145. Did you do any work on Tanner McLaughlin, tight end from Arizona?
Yeah, athletic for a big guy. He's what, 6'4", 6'5"?
Yeah, something like that.
Tall, athletic, good hands. Not afraid to go over the middle. I've heard Ryan Wilson loves him, the CBS Sports guy with who does the pod with Rick Spielman. He's one of his favorite guys. I like him a lot too, though. I think he is a tight end that's being slept on because with his size, he is a guy probably be able to line up in the slot for you, make some plays there. So I like him, and I think they were actually talking about him just yesterday, saying that he was picking up some steam as a prospect. So
yeah, that's definitely one I could see in that cluster of 173 to 190. I could definitely see them targeting a tight end. Did you happen to see? I didn't want to send it to you and crush your soul Thursday, but I think it was Connor Hughes tweeted out that Bowers was just a complete smokescreen the whole time, that there was no legitimacy to it whatsoever. I was like,
Um,
how do you say no? Like, I don't know how you just
and I mean, how
say
do
no.
I mean, what do they mean by smokescreen? The Jets weren't saying anything. It was all the
Apparently, Joe
media
Douglas in
guessing.
his pre-draft presser mentioned the tight end position unsolicited a couple times, and like mentioned Conklin and and Rucker in more of like a they're
Okay,
not
because
our
I
guys,
remember
but
him
we
being
like
asked
them.
about Bowers. I don't remember him volunteering it because that would be a
Yeah,
bit of a tip because you're not going to go out voluntarily praise a guy you want to take.
right. But yeah, I mean, to say it was like he was never the pick
It's
ever, I feel
well,
like
listen,
that's tough.
that's 2 years in a row that the guy that I thought was the super obvious pick was someone that wasn't even on their board, JSN last year, and I
Oh,
think
right, yeah.
JSN went out and put up 600-700 yards, and the guy they took didn't even play. So um, it could be the same this year. The guy they took might not play, and Bowers could have a big year, but again, it is what it is. They still have enough weapons to score points. I just felt like Bowers and his versatility would have would have lifted this offense to another level. It's not as if they have a bad offense and they needed him to make it good. I think they can have a very good offense, but somebody like him could have made it great.
Yeah, no, I totally
And
agree.
honest, again, as we've said, if this O line stays healthy, they've got the running backs to pound the ball and the quarterback to keep defenses backed up. They could still be a great offense without him.
Yep.
But I just thought he would have given them a much better shot to play at a much higher level as a group.
Yeah, I feel like the NFL average for like plays run offensively in a game is like somewhere like in the 70s, I want to say. And for so long, the Jets have, and I've charted every play of Zach Wilson's career, so like I have a couple years of a sample size to know like the Jets have like averaged 58 62 plays a game, like well under what a good offense does. So now with Rodgers in the fold and like a good run game, you could go 50-50 pass run splits and run the ball 30 times a game and pass the ball 30 times a game and then still have a couple plays extra, because you got to think the Jets are going to sustain drives, score touchdowns, not have 3 and outs as consistent as they have the past 3 seasons. So that
Right.
offensive total is going to go up, and you can really start pounding the rock like 25-30 times a game, and Rodgers can
Exactly.
still sling it across the yard. So
Yep.
really intriguing how many options they really do have. Looks like Estime was just drafted.
Okay.
I don't know. It says the Raiders are on the clock, but it was the pick before them, and I think it was the Broncos took Audric Estime at 147. Yeah, Audric Estime went to the Broncos at 147. They're saying the Raiders are on the clock. Best available is Brendan Rice, and the best fit is Spencer Rattler, according to ESPN. And this was always the team. They picked at 112 in the 4th round. And that was the team. I was like, well, shit, the Jets have 111. And if the Raiders are targeting a quarterback,
Right.
take your guy now. That'd be great. Obviously, it didn't happen. The Packers traded up for Evan Williams, which I thought was a good pick. I know we like him, so.
Yeah. He was one of my, there's probably 4 or 5 names I've been mentioning throughout the process, and he's one of them.
Mhm.
I thought, oh, here we go, Tommy Eichenberg, 5th
Yep,
round.
the Raiders take Eichenberg.
I
Yep.
like Eichenberg a lot. I think he's not as athletic as you'd like, but very instinctive.
Mhm.
And like I said, man, that watching him rack up over, I think he had 10, 12 tackles in a game that he was playing with 2 broken thumbs. It doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, gritty is the word that comes to mind when I think of Tommy Eichenberg.
But I really thought he was going to have a bigger year than he did this year. I think that really hurt him. I thought he was going to be a top 100, top
Mhm.
75 kind of guy.
Yeah. And how
But
many?
just
I mean, what three linebackers went in the top 100? So like a very low, even
not a great class. We kind of
not a
knew
great
that.
class, even like in the value range either, but like top heavy either. So I
Yeah.
think Peyton Wilson was like 96 or something like that,
Yeah,
and he
he
was
was
the
right.
third
He was end of the
linebacker.
round,
So
so somewhere in there.
yeah, you had Edgerrin Cooper to the Packers and Junior Colson to the Chargers, and then Peyton Wilson. Like those are your only top 100 linebackers. I felt like, yeah, a lot of late guys.
We got here.
Bengals pick is in. We're almost at 150. Still 23 picks to go. It's rough. Rich says maybe the Jets are looking at their UDFAs. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
there's
well, at this point, you are day 3.
there's 100 picks left. Obviously, we still have 5 of them, but yeah, you got to be thinking at like, okay, who's not getting drafted? Who's probably not going to get drafted from here on out? Who can we start prioritizing on a separate list of, all right, we won't take them, but
And that's
this is
why,
the guy we
again,
want.
that's why you had some of these quarterbacks in. I forget his name. They had a Division 3 type quarterback in for a visit.
Yeah,
Hein, something like that.
yeah, you're right there. I'm pulling up Dom C's list of prospect visits because he'll have it right for me. Michael Hires from Samford. They
Hires.
had
Yeah,
a
he's
top
got that
30
weird
visit.
deep ball accuracy. He drops it right on target, but it scrapes the clouds on its way there. It's
Yeah.
he really airs it out and puts it up there.
The entire list of quarterbacks, according to Dom C, that the Jets have met with, obviously some have been taken, but I'm going to name them anyway. Jordan Travis, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Davius Richard from North Carolina A&T, another small school guy, Keaton Slovis, Michael Pratt, Spencer Rattler, Joe Milton, Michael Hires, Bo Nix, Carter Bradley. So, I mean, if they don't prioritize one of these guys, I mean, Carter Bradley could probably be a UDFA. Richard Hires, probably UDFA. Slovis is probably borderline UDFA. It seems like people were correct in Jordan Travis being a 6th or 7th round pick.
Yeah, which is crazy.
I'm not huge on Joe Milton. Like, I see it.
Me neither.
I see it, but I don't know.
Yeah,
He had a bad week
it's
in
way
Mobile.
too inconsistent.
Yeah, he had a bad week in Mobile. I don't necessarily think he's like the right guy you want behind Rodgers. I do know he has the big arm, sure. But other than that, it kind of just like falls off in terms of tools and traits. And then yeah, I mentioned Carter Bradley. That's probably my top UDFA Mr. Irrelevant candidate at this point. I feel like
Right.
I've mocked him when the Jets had 256 and 257. I was like always taking Keaton Oladipo and Carter Bradley because they were just there. But
Yeah, he was one of the 25 I listed as guys the Jets could target today.
mhm.
I didn't, like I said, I didn't have Braelon Allen on there. Excuse me. I didn't have Braelon Allen on there because I really thought he was going to go earlier, and I thought they'd go with a more explosive guy. A guy like Wright. But as Chris said, you don't want too many guys who can do the same thing, which is a good call. I mean, I feel like Brees runs with enough power, but he's not going to run with the power that Allen runs with.
Yeah, I had Wright and Garendo on my list. So Garendo more of like the Brees mold and Wright more of the Izzy mold, but a little bit better of a prospect in my opinion. So I
We'll
like
see.
the fit
Rich
of
says he thinks
Braelon,
they
but
don't like any of the QBs, which is possible.
yeah,
But
that's possible too.
I just, which I said earlier, maybe that's why they traded down. But
Mhm.
it's maybe they are looking and saying we like them, but we think they can be had in the 6th or 7th round. So, later. I mean, it's almost like why not? Like I said, you got 4 picks between 173 and 190.
Yeah.
Just take a quarterback with one of them.
Yeah, no, but at this point, if any Jets fan is going to complain really about any of the picks from here on out, unless it was just like PFN's 615th player, like, come on. I feel like at this point, there are guys that we probably haven't seen a lot of tape on. And if there are, guys out there that we have seen a lot of tape on that are like falling, there's got to be a reason for that. So we're kind of in that range where you almost can't complain about a pick because there's just not enough intel about the guy, I guess.
And Saints took a QB. Who'd they take?
No way. Oh, if they
bet
took
they
Rattler,
Rattler.
Oh, dude, don't say that. I'm gonna be pissed. Oh no. Now my heart just dropped. Don't take Rattler.
That's actually where Emery Hunt predicted he would go. Did they take him?
Yeah, they did.
There goes Spencer.
Damn, dude.
Good
Already
call.
the best
Shout out to
quarterback
Emery
on his
Hunt.
team.
I'm sure I heard Emery Hunt. I think Emery took him a lot earlier. But this was a bold take. I like Rattler, but Emery Hunt said if the Saints take Spencer Rattler, he immediately becomes the best quarterback on the roster.
I just said that.
Yeah,
Best quarterback already on the team.
I don't know about
Everybody
that.
knows how I feel.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I
man,
think he's going to
okay,
step in
that
year one and throw for
sucks.
4,000 yards and 25 touchdowns
Yes, to Chris
as a rookie.
Olave and Michael Thomas. Yeah, why not? Alvin Kamara. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him. It's a good spot. Number 150.
Yep.
Way further than we thought. Michael Pratt fans rejoice if you wanted him for the Jets. But no, I do think this is a good landing spot for Rattler. I think he's their guy of the future, it seems. I mean, I don't know what the heck the Derek Carr contract looks like for the next 2 years. I know they've already restructured it a little bit and moved some money around, but
Yeah. Well, good for Rattler.
yeah,
Give
for
me another
sure.
second. I got to go feed the dog.
No, you're good. And now we still have 23 picks for the Jets. I wonder if that sparks up a couple teams to think about quarterback here. Watching these Spencer Rattler highlights is fun. Definitely a good pick for them. Colts on the clock at 151. Let's see. Oh, they're showing. Okay, quarterback selected. I was like, no, nobody took Bo Nix and Spencer Rattler. But yeah, big drop off. 138 picks between quarterbacks. And I've said on this podcast a couple of times that I think Rattler could be a better quarterback than Penix or Nix. Obviously, the league felt much differently than I do, but that's not to say in the right spot he couldn't be better. Maybe it is a little bit much to say he's better than Derek Carr already, of course, but definitely an interesting landing spot. Derek Carr is not the most durable of quarterbacks. He's known to take a couple hits. He's definitely got toughness to stay in the game, but sometimes he's getting picked up by his offensive lineman and he does not look good. So if there's ever a time, Colts select Jalen Carlisle, safety from Missouri. So that's, I guess, a safety off the board. I don't know if the Jets would even be considering him. See best available in the secondary. Go safety first. Keaton Oladipo, Jalen Simpson, Bo Braid, James Williams, Damani Richardson, Josh Proctor, Tyler Owens, all solid picks. Cornerback, you have Kalen Carson, DJ James, Miles Harden, Dwight McLaughlin, Kamal Haddon. Yeah, we're here. We're at that range where not a lot of great names left, but you never know what you can find. I still think edge. You still have some guys: Brennan Jackson, Mo Kamara, Miles Cole, Javon Solomon from Troy. He's another good guy you could take. Mekhi Wingo, obviously sliding. Tyler Davis, Clemson. Christian Boyd, Leonard Taylor, Fabian Levitt, Logan Lee. We were asked about him on the podcast a couple weeks ago. So there are some guys that you could definitely get in this range on defense. Let's see. Rich says there will be some decent quarterback threes cut as so many QBs were drafted. Yeah, I could see it. I know there's a couple teams that have 3 or 4 quarterbacks at this point, so obviously they're going to have to trim down. We'll see who shakes free exactly. Dewey Nation says, who is your favorite QB and where should we take him? I was pounding the table for Rattler all day. I would have taken him at 111. Now at this point, I think you pivot. I'm more of like a Michael Pratt guy. We've talked about it on the podcast, though. I think his His biggest issue for me is like, is it arm talent or is it arm strength? I think it leans more arm talent, which is fine, but I don't know. Zach Wilson was more of the arm strength, and we saw what happened there. It's just 100-mile-an-hour fastballs every time he throws the ball, whereas Michael Pratt is more finesse, touch, accuracy, feathering passes over the linebackers and before the DBs, which is also very good, and that's a great trait to have in the NFL. But if you can't zip like a 15-yard out route from the opposite half, I don't know. That doesn't really sit well with me. But I'd say Pratt is my favorite QB. Where would I take him? 173, the Jets' next pick.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Next,
Yeah.
Pratt. I like Travis.
Mhm.
Winner, good enough arm to make. I mean, he doesn't have a rocket for an arm. He's not gonna zip a 25-yard out on the money, but he can still make every throw. He's got I think his ability to escape pressure and to make plays when things fall apart, I think is better than Pratt, although Pratt can do a little bit of that. But I'd be happy with either guy, to be honest. And
Mhm.
we've talked about some of the day 3 UDFA types, the Devin Leary's, the Keaton Slovis, the Jason, a guy I've maybe mentioned him once or twice, but every time I see his name, I'm like, oh, I should mention him when we do the day 3 UDFAs. John Rice Plumlee, I think, is a
Mm.
guy who the few games I've watched him play, looks like he can be a solid NFL quarterback. Decent arm, decent mobility, and a guy who was productive in college, better than some of the guys I see listed ahead of him. Put it that way. But that's just the way it happens, right? It's all.
Mhm.
It's funny. I explained this to my son this morning. He's 11. He's kind of getting into the draft a little bit. And I told him, like, he might be in the other room while we're doing this. And I said, look, we're talking about players, and I'm saying this guy's going to do this and that guy. I said, none of us know. So we're guessing.
Yeah.
We watch. We think we know what a guy might do, but we have no. Every guy we say, is good. And I do feel like I probably, not probably, I definitely, when I'm looking at a player, I do focus on the positives, because even when there's a thing that a guy isn't great at, I just kind of view it as, well, but that's the thing. That's what coaches are for. That's what going to the next level. How much should I let it concern me?
Mhm.
Now listen, when a guy just flat out looks where like he doesn't belong and is getting his ass kicked up and down the field, it's a different story, and you do see
Mhm.
that on occasion. But I do focus on the positives and what a guy can do, because there are guys that you can use, like, don't put them in situations where there's something that exposes a weakness. Like, how many players have we seen Bill Belichick pick up over the years that there's somebody else's scraps, but they just make plays every time he picks them up as a
Yep. They
Patriot.
find a role and
Because
they
he's like,
make
all
it
right,
work.
here's a thing I know you're good at. You know what I'm going to ask you to do? That. And
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you to do the other stuff.
Yep.
And,
I was gonna say that's a great discussion to have, because we just saw it with Bryce Huff. Like, you
right.
have a guy that the team put in a position to be successful
Yep.
all the time. Obviously, it's not 100% success rate, but that was the most success he had, was in the Jets role. Now he goes to Philadelphia. Philadelphia is known for dropping their outside linebackers into coverage. So if they do that with Bryce Huff, that's a completely new role. Sure, he can excel and he can do those things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be a better player in Philadelphia than New York. And the same thing happens in college. Malachi Corey, let's take for example. They like to use him doing the behind the line of scrimmage stuff. Okay, that's great. He excelled in that. He got to Mobile and he showed he can do some of the intermediate to deep stuff, one-on-one beating coverage, and become more of a complete wide receiver. So is it more of, can he not do it, or was he just not asked to do it at the college level? And I think that's where the draft becomes such a even harder guessing game, because you could see a lot of things on tape, but that's not the full spectrum of what the player can do. You have to then get him and figure out what he can do for you. But if you're drafting a guy based on one specific thing, yeah, sure. Let's go get Malachi Corley because we're going to run those tunnel screens, RPO bubbles, things like that. We want to do that with him, sure. But if you want to explore other things, like, that's great too. So
And you
it's
can also,
definitely,
again, because that was a conversation we had with Dom C, right? Early in the process when I tweeted out some of his plays, and Dom didn't hate him, but Dom just, and you both said the same thing, and it wasn't you guys hating on him. You said manufactured touches and, it's short stuff.
yeah.
And I thought, yeah, and he's great at it. So bring him
Yes.
in and develop the rest of his game and see. I'm sure he can do more
Yeah.
than that. And it's it's a conversation I have about players all the time when we hear, oh well, he can't do this, he can't do that. I'm like, well, can he not, or was he not asked to? Because
Right.
those are two different
Exactly.
things.
And the comps
Listen,
before are
no better example than Penn State right now. Micah Parsons had like 5 career sacks at Penn State.
right.
Someone said the other day, "Oh my God!" Someone tweeted, "Why do players?" And it was a weird thing to tweet because of all things, a Penn State edge rusher with what we just saw with Micah Parsons. But someone tweeted about Chop Robinson. Why do teams draft these guys and think they're magically going to learn how to get to the quarterback? Well, Micah Parsons magically learned how to get to the quarterback. Like I'm not sure why Penn State didn't utilize him in that way, but I'm not saying you can take a guy who has zero ability. I'm not saying you can take a lineman and make him a running back. That's not what I'm saying here, but that you can develop a guy's game. Speaking of Penn State, this was very cool story. Did you see the James Franklin story?
No.
This was a very cool moment. It was one of those like, yes, I love sports.
Oh, I think I know what you're about to say about the first round.
And then
Like that,
yeah,
that he was at Olu's house in Maryland, and then he
and
drove
then
to
drove
Chop's
over an
house.
hour to
Yeah,
go to
dude,
Chop
that's
Robinson's house
awesome.
for him to get drafted, and he
Hell
was there
yeah.
for both of them. That's awesome. I love that.
Hell yeah. It's
Joe
good
asked
that he
about
had
Joe
enough
Milton.
time in
We've talked.
between the picks to travel because, like,
I
say
know.
Olu fell and Chop was
You
still
just
picked
don't
where he
know.
was. Like, yeah, you don't know. So it's great that he was able to
You made it
leave
happen,
and
though.
make
Good
it
on
happen.
him.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
Joe, we talked about Joe Milton, too inconsistent for me. I mean,
Yeah.
rocket for an arm, obviously. Can throw the ball, out of the damn stadium if he needed to.
Mhm.
Listen, I love him as a developmental guy, but if I'm like not for the Jets, they need somebody. I think Milton's a few years away, whereas they need a guy who might need to play next year. So I
Yeah,
don't.
he also asked who are we hoping the Jets pick. Just looking at the board, I'll give a couple names: Brendan Rice, Christian Jones, Malik Washington, Tanner
Christian
McLaughlin.
Jones is now in that territory where I'm worried there's an off-field thing because he's
Yeah,
too
that's
good to be
true.
there at this point. I'm not saying there
Yeah.
is.
Right.
I'm not
No,
saying
but
there is. I said the same thing about Bryce Hall years ago.
Yep.
I was like, Bryce Hall is officially in and I know there was an injury, but he was a much spoken about far more highly than he ended up being drafted. And and I think like 3 picks later, the Jets took him, and I was like, never mind.
Yeah, I'm actually going to search his name up on Twitter now to see if there are any tweets about why he may be falling.
Yeah, because listen, if there's no issues, some guys just fall. It happens that way. It would be a little bit weird to tackle because he's a good one, and a whole lot of them have gone. And you just hear about how these guys are, with the money these guys make. There's if you can get a good one, especially this late. He is currently, according to ESPN, the second ranked player available on their board, with Brendan Rice being 1. Where do the Niners pick?
The Niners, they should be coming up soon.
And Brendan Rice is on the board.
Oh, wait, no, the Niners just traded their picks to us, 173 and 176.
And would that be their next? Let's see.
I think those were their next picks. Let's see, we're in round 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jets
they
have
don't
the last
pick
pick
again.
in round 5 and then a few 6s.
Mm-hmm.
Nehemiah Pritchett, though, I like him too.
Yeah, he just went, right?
He must have, because he just popped up on my screen.
Yeah, Pritchett went a couple picks ago, I think. Yeah, he went at the top of the 5th round, 136 to the
Seattle.
Seahawks. Yeah. Oh, Brennan Jackson off the board to the Rams.
Oh, Van Pran went. Oh, the Bills.
The Bills took Van Pran?
Buffalo. They got Van Pran, yeah.
Oh, son of a... That stinks.
So, yeah, actually, yeah, right. A couple of my guys for my 25 went. Cam,
Yep.
we talked about Cam Hart. Van Pran went with the next pick.
Gould. Mm-hmm.
JT Bertrand, Austin Booker, Abrams Drain was one of my 25. Brownlee Estimate, Eichenberg, Josh Newton, Spencer Rattler, Jalen Carley, the Mizzou safety. Anea Smith was one of my 25.
That's a good one. Yep.
DeAndre. Oh, there goes my guy, Brennan Jackson.
Yep.
Man. He was on. Now, a lot of these guys are going now, the 25s. The guys that I listened this morning.
We still have so many damn picks to get
all fired up.
Still 18 picks away.
Well, we were 40, so you're not going to make it though, are you?
No, I got to get out of here in like 10 minutes.
Ah, man, you hope they trade up.
They made one pick, Braelon Allen.
Rich says he thinks they like Carter Bradley. We raved about him at the Senior Bowl. Kid held his own, looked like he belonged.
Son of
Threw an
Gus
accurate
Bradley,
ball.
I thought.
What's that?
I thought he was son of Gus Bradley, not
Yeah.
Sam Bradley.
Yeah, Gus Bradley.
Oh,
Rich,
here it
we
is,
get what
Glenn.
you're saying.
Eagles at 155. Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
No,
They
did
do,
they?
they do the legacy pick. Yep.
Oh, they did. All right. Well, there you go.
Yep.
Nick Faria. You
He's
had to
not
know
a
it was gonna
starter for
happen.
them, I don't think so.
What's
That's
that?
fine. He won't be a starter for them, I don't think so. That's
No,
fine.
he's in his 5th rounder.
Yeah, if
Wow,
you ended up
he ran a
drafting him
4.8
yesterday,
240.
a
So,
what?
that's what it just said. 4.82.
Oh, God. Maybe that's
but
why
I
he's in
mean-
the 5th round.
But that's a perfect example of a guy who plays faster than his time speed because I watched a fair bit of him. He didn't look like a 4.82
Right.
linebacker.
Yeah, they have N'Kobe Dean, Devin White, Zach Bond, Oren Burks. So yeah, I don't think Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is going to be pushing
I like
anybody to
Bond.
start.
I thought Bond was going to be good.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be more of like an outside pass rusher for New Orleans when they drafted him, but he was fine. Oren Burks, he came from San Francisco, but he was good when he played in Green Bay as well.
How
And
did
then
N'Kobe Dean
obviously
play last year? I thought he was going to be
Devin
a
White
great
is
one.
good. Yeah, N'Kobe Dean, I feel like he didn't get a lot of play time last year. Maybe he did, and it just didn't really amount to.
I know
lot of
year one he
production.
didn't play at all, really.
I was gonna say this is his second year, right?
That last year would have been his second year.
Yeah, so he played in 5 games, 4 starts, 30 total tackles, 2 for loss, 1 quarterback hit, half a sack. So he didn't really do much. How many
30
snaps?
tackles
did
in
he
4
play?
4 starts isn't terrible.
No.
But
He played 182 snaps, so up from 34 his first year.
See what they do with him this year.
Now he's a projected starter alongside Devin White, so we shall see. Yeah, Jeremiah Trotter did not look 4.82 on film.
Congrats to Brennan Jackson, by the way, because that guy, I think I said to him in Mobile, the draft community doesn't seem nearly as high enough on you. And I wasn't saying he was going to be a 3rd rounder, but I was seeing him as like a round 7 UDFA guy, and I was like, come on, man, like watch him play. Like this guy, I thought maybe 4th at the earliest. He ends up going here in the 5th, so congrats to him.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, Rich says if Salah's friends with Gus.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think that would be the main motivator, but I think he's good enough that as a developmental guy, and we said that in Mobile that we liked him. Because
can the Jets trade up and take Brendan Rice? I don't know, Charles. I don't think they're trading up at this point.
Yeah, and
They've traded back so many
I just
times.
Can't see them taking another wideout. I really can't.
No, like we talked about it before.
At least not.
Your room
Especially
gets
not moving
crowded.
up.
Yeah, your room gets way crowded. You either have to move on from Lazard, or you're moving on from Charles, Brownlee, or both. So
that was my hope. My hope was that they would dump Lazard during the draft. No, not get much. I said earlier, like a pick swap type. Give us your 6 for our 7 and Lazard or something like that.
Like do the Zach Wilson trade? Yeah. And like eat a couple million of salary and the Jets.
That's the thing is you're eating a lot. You'd eat 8.5.
Yeah.
But you'd save 3.5. I just think he's going to be a malcontent on the bench who's not very good. It's listen, it'd be a different story if this was a team that ran a bunch of 4 and 5 wide, and you could almost say, even as bad as he was last year, he's not a bad 4th option on the field. Like he's going to get some mismatches. But I don't see them doing that.
Hold on,
Is that true?
Right. That can't be right.
Andre, are you messing with us because we talked about it earlier?
No way. It's true. Zach Rosenblatt. Jets traded DN John Franklin Myers to the Broncos. This trade has been in the works for a week. He's expected to restructure his deal with Denver.
Wow.
They've already been in talks.
And what I said earlier about how I was going to do a video breakdown of him, obviously, like I said, buried in draft content, but there was part of me that was like, let's wait till after the draft in case something happens. And I listed him.
No way. Dude, do you want to hear the compensation?
I don't know. Do I? I'm looking.
A 2026 sixth.
Wow.
Peanuts.
Nothing. They gave him away.
Jesus
And they only
Christ.
saved $7 million.
You're putting a lot of stock in Will McDonald being good this year.
Wow. That's
upsetting.
yeah. I mean, I said what in my the draft night. Yeah, Rich, if you look at the piece I wrote on draft night, I said DJ Reed or JFM could be traded. But I didn't think they would. I thought as many snaps as he gets, I thought he was too valuable, too big of a piece.
No.
But
I don't
Rich, they need money for their draft picks. Ayuk's going to want like 20 million a year. This gives them 10 million in cap space, which is about what they'll need for their rookies. So right now the Jets are sitting at 0 cap space. Right, 14, and the Jets have 0. So
yeah, Rich says they clear 9.1 and they're stuck with 7.3.
I'll see now. Antoine Staley says they're saving 7.3.
Yeah, somebody's got it backwards.
Yeah.
I mean, even what's minimally 7.3 to 9.1, it's not.
Yeah, it's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things.
Apparently Connor Hughes says the trade of JFM is simple and has nothing to do with JFM as a player. They couldn't afford to keep him after acquiring Reddick. I'm told this came down to cap space and cap space only. They love him as a person and player. However, how he developed during his time with the team. They're going to miss him, but this had to be done for that reason.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's really crappy.
And you're not replacing him with
pick
Will
in 2
McDonald
years.
doesn't do the same thing he does.
No,
and by Rich, Ayuk's going to want a new contract, like a huge new contract. He's going to want to be a $25 million a year guy. And the Jets, as of right now, we can say are at $0 in cap space.
Yeah, he says only 14 million in the chat, and I think it's almost like close to double that.
Yeah, once he's going to want a new deal wherever he goes. So you're looking at 25-ish million for Ayuk, and he's going to want a ton guaranteed, which you're not going to be able to do anything about that. So yeah, with $0 in cap space, I don't see them getting a $25 million a year receiver. Boyd, I don't think anyone, like literally $0 in cap space right now. I don't see them. The most you could, like I said, you can rework at this point. You can rework Hassan Reddick. You can rework DJ
Quinnen.
Reed, and that's about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could rework Quinnen if you really wanted to. I don't know if you'd want to rework Quincy, but they had things they could have done.
You're gonna have Quincy's gonna want a huge raise.
Well, see, that's the thing is like you're trying to go one way with Quincy, and it's like he's deserved of going the other way. So, yeah, I feel like Connor Hughes said, it comes down to cap space. Unfortunately, maybe the risk of pushing too much money in the future was not worth it to just offset an asset. So, I mean, I hate that it's only a 2026 sixth. But at the end of the day, I don't want to be sitting here in 2 years when Aaron Rodgers is gone and say the Jets are negative 35 going into free agency and they have to get under before the league year starts. Like we just saw that with Miami and Buffalo.
Terrible trade.
Yeah, no, I don't like it at all. I don't like it. Shao Wade Smith to the Panthers at 157. We still got 16 picks till the Jets. And I hate to leave on a down note, but I got to get out of here. I got to go to work. I'll be following along. If I'm on a delivery during one of the Jets picks, I'll try to hop on via phone. So we'll see what happens.
Unreal.
I'm going to say quarterback, now defensive line, safety, and maybe another offensive lineman. Those would be my 4 predictions as far as positional picks for the Jets. I'm not going to give any names because who knows where these picks are going to end up ultimately, but attack the trenches, quarterback, and safety. So
yeah.
All right. I'll leave you
man.
to it.
Thanks
you guys
for
have a good
in.
Yep. 754 in the chat. Love it. Love to see it. Appreciate everybody.
Yep.
Have a good night.
I apologize for eating potato chips, but I'm starving, and I haven't eaten yet today, I don't think. So I just grabbed some chips. But folks, that is an absolutely horrendous trade. You have a guy who plays inside, who plays outside, who gets you 50 pressures a year, plays well against the run, plays well against the pass, and you gave nothing. You gave him away for nothing. You traded him for a few $1 million in cap space. With the cap space you created with Zach and the cap space you create with this move, it gives you enough to sign your rookies, and then you've got no cap space. Wow. That's just, that's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Unreal. A future sixth. What can you do? What can you do? Price of doing business. You're bringing us on Reddick, but JFM was part of what made this unit special, developed really well. And now it's going to be on some of these young kids to see how they come along. We mentioned Will McDonald. Of course, there's Michael Clemens. It's it's nuts. Rich, do we save anything if we cut Lazard? Like $3 million, almost nothing. It's with an 8 million. You save 3.5, and the cap hit is you're paying. The cap hit is it's 8.5 million in dead money. And you're saving 3.5 million. So that's in today's NFL money that'll get you a punter. 3.5 mil, not a whole lot of anything. I mean, listen, we talk all the time. Most teams like to operate with a buffer in season. Like you want to go into the year with 5 million in cap space in case something comes up, in case a player becomes available, or in case you need to go out and add a guy because somebody gets hurt. Yeah, this is that's gross. Anyway, it is what it is. And listen, we said when Aaron Rodgers came in, like this could at some point mean guys got to go. And Rodgers has a 60 million cap hit next year. Forget what it is this year, but listen, when you have a good quarterback, it's hard to keep other good players. And we just saw it. Man. That changes things. I mean, I don't know who you think you're going to get in the draft. You're not going to get someone in the draft to replace that production. Not a good move. Look, again, the fans who think that sacks are the only thing that matters, they're going to love this move. Because a lot of people don't like John Franklin Myers despite what he's doing. Yeah. Atrocious. And he's restructuring his deal with the Broncos. Myers is getting 4 years, $55 million. That includes $30 million guaranteed. So you're looking at, what's that going to be, 11, 12 million a year? And depending on the base this year, I'm sure his number will be lower with the Broncos than it would have been with the Jets. This is what I was calling on the Jets to do, right? Is extend DJ Reed, and bring their cap numbers down. But obviously didn't happen. So good luck to JFM. Good soldier. Nice to see him develop here into a really good player, versatile player. And I think the tweet from Connor Hughes outlining why it had to happen, I think that's the Jets saying, get the word out there that this is not a deal we wanted to make. Strictly 100% financially motivated. Man, that one, not a fan, but it happens. Let's see. All right. So that's that. JFM gone in exchange for nothing. And I guess you would have to Clemens say maybe $1 million. I mean, you're talking about a fourth, fifth round pick. Clemens probably wouldn't save you $1 million. Let's take a look. I mean, trading him is one thing. Like I said, I didn't think they would trade him, but in my pre-draft article, my final thoughts before the draft kicked off, I named him as a guy who could be traded, but felt like it was unlikely because of how good he is. And because I understand the cap ramifications. I expected they would rework him. I expected he would get a new deal. Let's check for you, Rich. If you were to cut Michael Clemens, this, of course, according to Over the Cap, you would save $382,000. No, sorry. You would have $382,000 in dead cap, and you would save $790,000. So, nothing. There's nobody left on the roster who offers big savings if you cut them, other than a guy who you're not cutting in DJ Reed, or Hassan Reddick. Obviously, not happening. But yeah, potential cuts that would save significant money. Or I shouldn't even say potential cuts because these guys aren't getting cut. Reddick 15, Morgan Moses, who you're not cutting, would save you 5. That's about it. That's it. Everybody else is $1 million or it's dead money. Michael Carter, $3 million. You're not cutting him. He's the best value player on the roster at this point. But you've got, let's see, Aaron Rodgers would be. This is just because people might be wondering. $66 million in dead cap, if you. But again, that's even silly to talk about. Let's see if you put restructure. What happens here? So per Over the Cap, you could save $10 million on a Quinnen restructure. You could save $10 million on a Reddick restructure. I think you just rework his deal. That's it. Mike Williams, $3 million. Everybody else is nothing. Not even worth talking about. So those are your two options. JFM restructure would have saved you $9 million. So they would have saved more by restructuring him than they did by trading him, which is a shame. But yeah. Oh, sorry. Alan Lazard would save you $6 million, but you don't want to kick that can down the road and keep paying that guy. He's gone after this year because he's not good. So yeah, the Jets. That's their. They could restructure Quinnen and save 10. Oh, sorry. DJ Reed 7 and Reddick 10. So they have a couple of moves they can make. But how many guys do you want to restructure every single year and just keep kicking money down the line? Yeah. That's where we are. Let's see. We haven't looked up at the draft in a while. Jets could have even made a pick in that time while I was looking up the Reddick numbers. So we are in. Yeah, okay. So pick 162. 61. Dominique Hampton. I'm going back here. Ulofoshio goes to Buffalo. Hunter Norzad, the Penn State center. Kamara, the edge. Okay. Jamari Thrash went to Cleveland. I missed that. So Jeremiah Trotter was the last pick I saw. So since then, we've got Jamari Thrash from Louisville to go to the Browns. Charles Smith, Wade, Carolina. Muhammad Kamara, Miami. Hunter Norzad. KC, Edwan Ulofoshio goes to Buffalo. And Dominique Hampton goes to the Commanders. All right. And I would imagine not the most popular move in the Jets locker room. I think that D-line group is pretty tight. But they all know it's a business. They all know what happens. I can't believe for what he brings that they couldn't do better than a 2029 sixth or whatever it is. Yeah, and there's Brennan Jackson. According to Rich Cimini, 3 weeks ago, the Jets gave JFM permission to seek a trade. Broncos showed interest. JFM agreed to a new 2-year deal with Denver, a pay cut from what he was due here, but still a good chunk of guaranteed money. 2 teams agreed on compensation, but the deal almost got blown up yesterday when the Jets traded the pick that was supposed to go to Denver, used it on the Corley trade-up. The deal appeared in jeopardy, but the Jets and Broncos agreed to new compensation. No compensation, let's be honest here. JFM will sign his new deal tomorrow. All right. And, there goes Christian Jones. Dylan and I were talking about him. The right tackle from the Texas Longhorns. What's he talking? Okay. Was Morstead drafted? He must have been drafted at 164. Thomas Morstead just tweeted that pick 164 is coming up, and it's always an interesting pick. And that is not the Jets picking. Jets are at 173. We're inching closer, folks. We are 11 picks away. 11 picks away. 10 now. Buffalo, 163. Buffalo on the clock, pick 163. And this should be fun if the Jets don't keep trading down. Like I said, we're going to be looking at 4 picks over a stretch of just 17. So perhaps a little bit of fun there for Gang Green. Who's up before them? We've got Buffalo, Indy, Baltimore, the Giants, the Jags, the Packers twice, Saints, Eagles twice, and then the Jets, Cowboys, Saints, and Jets again. And that will close out round 5. He must have got, Nehemiah Pritchett went at the top of the round. That's why he keeps showing up on my screen. So let's see. Another player who didn't like the rotation. No, that's no. JF has nothing to do with that, Rich. They traded for Hassan Reddick, and they don't have room for all these guys. Like I said, as it stands, they don't have enough money to sign their draft picks. The 2 players who gave them the best opportunity to save money were JFM and DJ Reed. Obviously, Reed's not going anywhere. It's not about. He had a big contract with the Jets, and he just got another big contract with Denver. He was going to get a big contract somewhere, but he just it had nothing to do with the rotation. He benefited from it because he probably allowed him to get into a lot more spots than he would have otherwise. And I mean, listen, there's certain things that go out that come out from the media, and it's very clearly, very obviously something that is done by the team where they're saying, get this message out for us. And for Connor Hughes to send out that lengthy tweet explaining this is not about the player, this is not about the production, this is about the money. They don't have enough money for everyone, so they had to make the move purely a financial decision, not related to the player, not related to his play. And I 100% believe that. 10 minutes ago, we talked about how JFM could save them money, but he's far too big of a part of what this team does to move him. And I still think they should have reworked his deal. It sounds like he's going to be playing for less money in Denver than he would have with the Jets, which, again, the Jets probably could have gotten him to do that. Yeah, just a real shame. Just a shame. So now D-line is very much in play for the Jets here. So let's take a look at some of the best available defensive linemen following that trade. Again, I don't think you're not going to find a guy who does what he does. Again, they had Christian Boyd in on a visit. Don't forget that. The Northern Iowa D tackle. But he's you're gonna have a really hard time finding someone who can do what JFM does. Makai Wingo, 6 feet, 284. Tyler Davis out of Clemson. Leonard Taylor out of Miami is a good one. He's a player that we talked about a little bit during the college football season. Marcus Harris out of Auburn. Jaden Crumity. Keith Randolph, a junior out of Illinois. I like him. He could be an option. Also, Logan Lee, who you would probably get later on, the Iowa defensive tackle. But again, I don't think he has the flexibility that you had with JFM. But a hole just opened on the roster, and this, could this explain the trade backs a little bit? Like, the Jets are so tight against the cap. The lower your picks are, the less you're paying them. Yeah, I understand that. Let's see. Yeah. Like I said, I know there's a lot of people out there who don't like JFM. But that's because there's a lot of people who think that only sacks matter. And this is, this goes to the what do we always hear, right? The salary cap isn't real. Salary cap isn't real. Scott Mason just said it on he just tweeted it out, because the cap is real, folks. The salary cap, it's maneuverable, it's malleable, you can manipulate it, you can get it to do certain things for you, but at some point you keep spending money, you're going to hit a wall where the NFL says you're done. Look what I just said. They have 2 or 3 deals that they can rework. That's it. They have 2 guys they can rework to free up legitimate money. But like I said, what they can also do, give Hassan Reddick a 3, 4, 5-year deal and pay him peanuts in year 1, but guarantee a bunch of money. Rework DJ Reed. I think those are a couple of ways they'll be able to free up enough cash to survive. They'll be able to go out, sign their draft picks, have their $5 million buffer, and a couple million in cap space. But I wouldn't anticipate much more than that. UDFAs are pennies, Rich. I mean, every now and then you might add one guy who you give a decent sized UDFA bonus to. But give you an example. Let's look at some of the current UDFAs and what they're making. Guys who let's see what Brownlee is making. He's a good example because he's just last year, so he's going to be close to the. See, Brownlee Brownlee and Gibson are both less than $1 million. Jarek Bernard Converse, who was one of their last picks last year, makes less than them. In fact, yeah, it's UDFAs don't cost more. Like I said, every once in a blue moon, you might see a guy who gets a big bonus as a UDFA because a bunch of teams want him. But outside of that, your UDFAs are less than $1 million each. So that's not going to be a concern. But it is Jalen Simpson goes to Indy, listed as a safety. I think he can play some corner as well. Physical guy, liked him. He played all right, even though it was Georgia smoked them overall and beat up their secondary. He made some plays. I think he can be a solid player. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, this is again, someone saying the trade is a blunder. It's not a blunder as much as it's a terrible trade for value, but it's business. That's what it is. This is what you got to do to stay under the cap. And something Jets fans aren't used to having is a marquee quarterback making marquee money. And like I said, that cap hit next year. What's that Aaron Rodgers cap hit next year? You think they're cleaning house now? Well, not that they're cleaning house, but you know what I'm saying. Aaron Rodgers. Next year's cap hit is okay, the cap hit's $23 million. It's the following year, 2026, if he's still around, $63 million. But I mean, is he still playing at that point, or are you just paying him $63 million? That'll be tough. But yeah, again, this is why it's so important that Rodgers plays well and doesn't show signs of aging, because God forbid he does. Let's say he's not the same guy this year. His process is slow, doesn't play well. $49 million in dead money if you had to move on. But we're not going to talk about that here, because that's not going to happen. We're going to pretend I didn't even say that. Yeah, Moses and yeah, you got those guys for nothing. Tyron Smith, what they get him for, $7.5 million, and Moses for a pick. So, yeah, those guys are great moves, great value moves in terms of what you're paying them and what they bring. Yeah, let's look at the Jets' dead money situation, just out of curiosity. Here we go. Dead money. Oof. Good God. Jets have $42 million in dead money. Thanks largely in part to Laken Tomlinson and Zach Wilson. They combined for almost half of it. $19 million in dead money for Laken Tomlinson. That's let's see. Let's do this. Okay. Oh, Rasheen Ali, running back out of Marshall, goes to Baltimore. Liked him in Mobile, did a good job. I liked his ability to get open out of the backfield, deep down the field. They had him run a few routes to try to get deep down the sideline. He was able to beat some guys, and he did it a few times. I could be wrong. I feel like he did a good job picking up the blitz. That's sticking out in my head for some reason. Let's see. Yeah. So let's see. Oh, that's an answer. Damian Woody and Duke Manyweather are going to love, and it's a good point. In the right system with the right, I get what Harbaugh's saying. Asked about selecting Joe Alt over the top wide receivers. Says, I know the question is going to come up about weapons. We look at offensive linemen as weapons. Point taken, Jim. It's if you got enough good ones, and we saw. Listen, it's many moons ago, but the Jets almost went to the Super Bowl with Mark Sanchez at quarterback. If that doesn't tell you, so I get it, and it's coming from a guy who wanted a weapon in Bowers over a lineman. But anyway, we'll move past that. Not everyone has the same cap issues, Rich. Some people have tens of millions in cap space, and the Jets have zero. So there's a big difference between $30 million to spend and nothing to spend. That's when you have to give away a really good player for nothing. And that's what the Jets just had to do. But yes, sometimes you have cap issues, but you have 6 or 7 guys who you can rework. The Jets have 2. Yeah, as I just said with Sanchez, Rich, I mean, you nearly went to the Super Bowl with Mark Sanchez. I wouldn't want a luxury tax because then Jerry Jones would just outspend everyone, and then football would become baseball, and you'd have a couple teams being the Yankees. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. Yeah, you got to figure the Niners are going to deal somebody. Who is? Let's take a look and see who is sitting atop the salary cap, the NFL salary cap world. Who's in the best position right now? Here we go. Cap space. The Patriots, $54 million in cap space. See, Rich, not everybody has cap issues. Commanders, $43 million in cap space. Jags, Titans, Chargers, $30 million. Cardinals, 29. Eagles and Colts, 28. Lions, 26. Texans, 23. Bengals, 23. Bears and Raiders, 22. Packers, 21. Chiefs, 20. Steelers, 18. Vikings, 16. Broncos, 15. Browns, 13. Rams, 11. Panthers, 8. Saints, 8. Notice I haven't mentioned the Jets yet. Ravens, 7. Niners, 6. Cowboys, 6. Falcons and Giants, 5. Dolphins and Bills, just under 3. The Jets, 2.8. Now with JFM, roughly 10, which, as I said, gets you your draft pick sign and gets you back to 0. Seahawks, 1.6. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, $390,000. They've made some moves, haven't they? They've added some people. So, yeah, the Jets currently third worst cap situation in the NFL. And once they sign their picks, as I said, they'll be at essentially 0. Well, and that's part of it, Rich, but it's also because of their age and their injury history. I mean, listen, if Tyron Smith played 16 games a year, Jerry Jones would, in a heartbeat, make him the highest paid tackle in the NFL. But the Cowboys are known for not managing the cap well and having to let guys go when they get a guy they want to keep, which goes to my point. The cap is real, and some people are in worse shape than others. Morgan Moses, again, he's 33. Baltimore just does a really good job of restocking and getting rid of guys when they want. Who do we got here? Who's coming off the board? Looks like Jacksonville is what they're showing me on the television. Hang on, what do we got here? Oh, I was very confused for a second. I had best available, and I thought I was looking at the current picks. Just 1 second. All right, we are back. My son wants to watch the draft, and it wasn't coming up on his tablet, so I gave him mine because I'm just using this anyway. He said to call him down when the Jets pick. So let's see. As I said, missed a couple of picks again. Keelan Robinson, running back out of Texas. The Giants get my guy, Tyrone Tracy. Not that the Jets were going to take another running back, but Giants. Boo. Let's see here. Now I'm going to keep looking over there, expecting my tablet to be there with the draft, and it will not be. That's fine, though. Yep. All right, so Keelan Robinson goes to the Jags. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more picks till the Jets are on the board, folks. Frank Gore Jr., no way. No. Yeah. So that's that's got to figure. Yeah, let's tweet that out because people may be wondering what that means. And listen, I could be off by a couple million. Yeah. What's up? Some technical difficulties on the other tablet. Let's see. Connor Hughes doing a minute outside of the Jets facility, and I'm sure just repeating what he said on his tweet about JFM. Let's see. Yeah, so, and like I said, I could be wrong, and I'm sure somebody will correct me if I am. But yeah, I could be wrong. Oh, Tony Khan's neck brace. That's apparently a wrestling gimmick. He owns, what is it, a wrestling thing over here in England, and they did a thing the other day where he got involved in a script, whatever he was in the script, and he got pile drived, so he's carrying it over to real life and acting like he's really hurt. How do they extend AVT? You can't extend AVT yet. You don't even know if you're picking up his fifth-year option. You've got to see him play and stay healthy for a year before you go after him. I like Rice, Mario, but I think they got to hit some other areas before receiver. You've got a crowded receiver room now. Until you get rid of Allen, you've got a lot of guys. So yeah, extending AVT will be if they want to keep him around, they still have the fifth-year option. So you pay him to play. You'll pay him to play his fifth year, and then you can extend them. By then, you'll hopefully be out of the woods and have cleared up some of the salary cap situation. So no to Gore, Brandon Rice. I like Rice, but I just don't think they're going with another receiver, especially not with. I mean, we're no longer. They're all late picks now, right? They're the talk of early picks is gone, but I still think they would take a receiver after addressing some other needs, and you almost feel like. I mean, we'll see, right? We don't know what's on the board or what's going to be on the board. But you would think D-line just moved way up on their priorities. How do you rate this Jets draft? It's right now. It's they've taken 2 players, right? B plus. Like it's. I think you missed an opportunity to get a great weapon who contributes right away, but you also added a guy who has a chance to be a franchise left tackle. At some point, will he start this year? He'll start some games, I would imagine, but you can't hate the fact that you got a long-term tackle. I just don't like the fact that it wasn't. I thought this entire draft was going to be about, well, at least your premium picks. Like I thought any pick you had in the top 100 or so, which would only be the first 2, I guess, right? But I thought those 2 would be about winning this year. And that doesn't mean the rookie can't help you this year, but I think pass catcher would have helped you a lot more as an every down guy, or at least 80% of the snaps type of guy. The neck brace, yeah, we talked about the neck brace. Yeah, so AVT won't be a consideration until next offseason. And actually, I take that back because they will. Yeah, depending on if they don't pick up his fifth-year option, and he stays healthy this year, plays well. Then maybe talk about extending AVT after before the season ends, maybe late in the year. Are they taking a QB? I have to imagine that's my expectation. I don't know what other people are thinking, but don't know what the team is thinking. But they know they need a third guy. And listen, both the guys they have, the starter and the backup, they're old. None of them are, long-term guys who are going to be around for a while. So this is the perfect opportunity to and I don't think that gets talked about enough. Is by taking a quarterback in this year's draft, you've also got a backup in Taylor who can be a mentor. The Jets have done such a poor job of bringing in bodies at that position to mentor young guys. There's now 2 of them. You don't want Nate Hackett involved, but he's going to get involved at some point, unfortunately. But Tyrod Taylor knows how to play quarterback in the league. He's been in this league long enough that a young kid can learn from him. To have a rookie who can stand next to Taylor while Rodgers is running the offense and ask questions. That's something the Jets haven't had probably since Pennington, right? When he was able to and really he was sitting behind Vinny. I can't remember who the third quarterback was or if there was a third quarterback. It's a long time ago, and we're talking second and third string QBs. But still, to have a rookie or a young kid sit behind a veteran and learn, the Jets haven't done that in a while, and that's been reflected in the production they've gotten out of their quarterbacks. Too much. I got my voice squeaking here. I've been talking for 80 hours. Where are we now? Josh Newton, Jacob Monk out of Duke, Jalen Simpson, Bub Means at a Pitt. I think Bub Means is. I think I was just disappointed because I saw his combine or pro day, whatever, before I went and watched him. No, I had watched him, and he just didn't look like he played fast to me. Looked like a little bit lumbering, which is a crazy thing to say for a guy who ran a 4. I think he ran a 4.43, if I'm not mistaken. He ran in the 4.4s, I'm sure. But average. Listen, I got to go back. Well, no, I don't have to go back and rewatch him because he's drafted. I must be wrong about him. There's no way. There's no way that Bub Means is as slow in real life as he is in my mind. But Jets are on the board. Jets are up, buddy. Okay, well, bring it in here so we can see it. Gave my kid the tablet so he can go watch the draft in the other room, and he didn't bring it back with him. Came in to tell me the Jets are picking. Well, how are we going to find out? I mean, of course, we have ESPN here. I guess I could bring the draft up live on here, too. And then just have... Hang on one second. Oh, my God.
Ready to announce their pick.
Okay. All right. They freaked me out for a second there. They were talking about the Jets having traded down, and they said the Jets have made a trade. I thought they traded the damn pick again. So let's turn this down a little bit. Let's see. What are we thinking? Best available. Take a quick look. Again, Brendan Rice is still there. I think this might be Mekhi Wingo, folks, having just traded JFM. Let's see. Yes. Thank you. There you go. Listen. I've said a few times. I've said a few times that between me and Dylan, Pratt, and Travis was my guy. Tweeted out a couple days ago, actually. This guy needs to be high on the list of Jets priorities if they're going to take a developmental quarterback. Love it. Love it. Love the pick. Absolutely fantastic. You're getting a winner. You're getting a guy who can run. You're getting a guy who can throw the football. Again, he doesn't have Joe Milton's arm, but he's got good accuracy. As we said, led the Seminoles to an undefeated season. This is a huge, huge deal. And in fact, let's see. Yeah. Trying to pull it up, but it's just you can't be upset with that pick. You can, but I think it'd be nuts to be upset with that pick. Absolutely fantastic. Here we go. Nope. All right, so you get a quarterback with great mobility. I'm going to try to pull up his college numbers here. Man, I'm stoked about that. So stoked about that. Great job. Like FSU, too. 6'1", 210. That's according to PFR. Started his college career at Louisville. transferred to Florida State. Didn't really get on the didn't really get on the field until a couple years ago. In 2021, when he threw 194 passes, threw 131 the year before that. But over his past 2 seasons, Jordan Travis, 64% completion percentage, 44 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. The guy protects the football. He can run with the football. Let's see if we got his rushing stats up here. I'm sure they do. Running the ball, 420. Oh, no, that's scrimmage plays. 417 carries total for his career with a 4.7 average, 31 rushing TDs, 14 over the last 2 seasons. Just a fantastic pick. Absolutely love it. Yeah, that's a great get by the Jets. Folks should be very happy about this. Let's see. Greg says, nice pick. Totally agree. Charles says, good afternoon. The Jets were correct about the extra draft picks. They could have used John Myers in a package trade. Could have gotten more. Well, apparently they couldn't. They've been trying for weeks, apparently, to make this deal. And they did give him away, which was a shame. Doesn't he have a weird throwing motion? Does he have a quick release? Yeah, I'm not too worried about the throwing motion stuff. We're seeing more and more quarterbacks come through who don't have the textbook throwing motion that we've been told in the past guys have to have. So that's not as much of a concern. I didn't see any problems with his release when I watched him at FSU. And I'm trying to pull up some stuff. Yeah. Let's see what ESPN says about him after that pick. Here we go. And the Jets are up again in a couple more picks, folks. But that is a home run. So have they made it? I'm a little confused now. 173. Oh, they must have moved up. So they had made a trade. Because they were at 173 and then they picked at 170. So I missed that. That happened while I was talking about something else. And I gave the draft away to. So how many picks do they have left? They're in a second, buddy. They're going to be up. My son's running downstairs to check with me if the Jets are up. Let's see here. Yep, Jets are back on the clock. So did they? Let's see what they did. Okay, yeah, so they gave up a couple picks to move up because they now have 5. Yeah, they're 1 pick less, so I didn't see the details of the deal. Don't care. They moved up, got Travis. That's big time. That's fine. Yep. Here we go. We are live again. The pick is in. Love it. All right. Best available per DJ. McLachlan, who we talked about, Malik Washington, who you'd love to have, DJ James, Cedric Johnson, the edge out of Mississippi, Mekhi Wingo, Drake Nugent, center out of Michigan, Brendan Rice still there, Christian Boyd, who, again, he's probably the one to keep an eye on. They had him in for a visit, and I get those visits don't always mean something, but teams will usually take a guy or two that they had in. Air Force safety Trey Taylor. Would love an Air Force player on the roster, but I'm not sure that's the direction they're going to go in. And let's see. So they're saying the pick is in, but they're taking a second here. Step over there. Didn't realize you were on camera that whole time. Apologies. Let's see here. Here, hold it for now, but stay right there, though. What? They haven't said it yet. Just hang on. No. I'm not even going to say that. Somebody just said something, and I think they were suggesting that's the pick, but there's no way. Here, give me this. We can put it over here, and you can see it from there. Is that okay? You can see it? Okay.
rush the passer, you play in coverage. He is always around the ball, and more importantly, he has some of that dog, that feistiness that you normally get when you encounter the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pick still isn't in on here, and let's see, it's not in on ESPN. So ESPN, NFL Network, neither one has announced it. This is a funny one. I don't know who this is. I just found an old tweet of mine where I mocked Jordan Travis to the Jets, and someone replied, "Stop putting Jordan Travis on the Jets." Well, now the Jets put Jordan Travis on the Jets. So let's see. They're still saying that. Are you kidding me?
Pittsburgh needs a guy that can play that Tampa 2 cover the middle of the field. That's what they've been missing this whole time. And this defense has been ready.
Jets have taken another running back. Okay, that's good. Isaiah Davis. Jet 2 running backs. Cool. Because they don't need anything else. All right. Jets take running back Isaiah Davis, South Dakota State, 6 feet, 218. Outstanding. I'm just going to go off the ESPN blurb. This is what ESPN says about him. Outstanding production, rushed for a bunch of yards and a bunch of touchdowns at South Dakota State. Led FCS in rushing. Patient runner. Good burst. Big frame. There you go. Awesome. RB4. Thoughts, chat? Any thoughts on this? Wow. Anyone? Any thoughts on this? No, me neither. What are we doing here? I guess they don't like Izzy Abanikanda. I thought they did. Apparently not. Here, bud, you can take that. Actually, hang on. They're picking it in a couple minutes. May as well leave it.
Yeah. I accidentally backed up the screen.
Okay. All right. Well, we're live there. Very weird. Very weird. I don't know what. All right. Let's talk about that Jordan Travis pick, shall we? That's just oh man. It's well let's throw out some Jordan Travis highlights. I'm gonna pretend that other pick didn't happen. Let's see. Weird. Very weird football team, folks. Here's some Jordan Travis taking off after an RPO. Is this Duke? I forget who this is. I think it's against Duke. So there's no questioning his ability to make plays with his legs. We all know he can do that. Let's take a look at see if we get any throws on here. That was the thing that somebody in a chat that I was in, somebody put that name out there, and I thought, that's not who they took. That must just be somebody who somebody wants. Let's see, Jordan Travis. Here we go. Jordan Travis, deep ball. Oh, this was actually okay. I thought that was a different one. Yep. Deep down the middle of the field. Good spot where only the receiver could get it. And let's see, I think close this. Yeah, remove that. So only a couple more picks till the Jets are back on the board. Let's look at Isaiah Davis's career numbers. I mean, obviously, he put up a bunch of numbers at North Dakota State or South Dakota State. Yeah, ran for a bunch of yards. Let's see. Had a really good day against Villanova. Ran for 117 against Mercer. 100 yards against the University of Albany. So, that's all good, right? And the funny thing is, I may have some of his clips. I have watched him. And I'm not saying he's a bad player. I don't understand his football team sometimes. Let's see. Can he catch out of the backfield? Let's see if they got his reception numbers up here. All of his stats have gone away. Stats. Rushing, receiving, 21 catches in 2022, 23 catches for 8 yards a catch, 199 yards in 2023. But that, again, that could be a thing he wasn't asked to do. We'd have to go back and look. As a return man, let's see. No, last return kicks in 2021. He had 3 punt returns in 2021 for 18 yards. And he had 7 kick returns in 2020. So there you go. Not a return man. Not a lot of catches out of the backfield. I mean, he's a biggish dude, right? Are the Jets back on the clock yet? Kalen Carson, Wake Forest. He was on the 25. I listed that the Jets might grab. They could use a corner, but yeah. Jets are on the clock again. Maybe a fullback here. Maybe a blocking tight end. We shall see. Not very long from now. Best available. Best available. You got to imagine Izzy Abanakanda's gone. Brendan Rice, Makai Wingo, who I mentioned earlier is a possibility. Should check the running backs maybe. See who's out there. I was being sarcastic, Stanley, because the stupid Jets just took 2 running backs, and they already have 2 running backs, and nobody carries 4 running backs. Tanner McLaughlin is a possible. Nathaniel Watson, who they had in, Gabe Hall, the DT, and let me check. What's the guy from in Princess Bride? Inconceivable? That's what I'm thinking right now. 2 running backs. Oh, man. Again, I guess they're out on Izzy Abanikanda, which is a shame. Let's see. 2 more picks. They've got this one, and then they've got Mr. Irrelevant. The Saints pick is in, it's saying, even though the Jets are on the clock. So this is kind of annoying. Let's see if Connor Hughes is jumping everyone again and getting these picks in, because I don't really feel like waiting right now. Are you guys as shocked as I am about this thing? Here we go. Here's Connor Hughes. That tweet is from 36 minutes ago, though. Okay. At least it's a need. At least it's a need. The Jets are selecting. Oh, hang on one second. Wait till we'll wait till it's announced. I'm not going to throw it out in case you guys are watching on TV. Yeah. So it's not a running back. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, the JFM trade Stanley is atrocious. Like I said, and spoke last night with Nick Faria on Scott Mason's Play Like a Jet podcast. And he even said, his team's really high on Izzy Abanikanda. I loved Izzy coming out of Pitt. Seems the Jets not so much. So we'll see when this one gets announced. 1 second. Yeah, we're actually. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick, and actually no, I'm good. I'm good. I have enough in here. Yeah, I might grab another drink after this draft. Let's see. Best available. So let's see. You tell me about it, G. Lloyd. Um, um, I would have preferred some linemen, some interior linemen to block for the running backs they already have, but obviously didn't happen. And I'm curious, with Isaiah Davis. Again, small school guy. What's his and see if there are any notes on his ability to pass block. Pick up the blitz, because let's see. It talks about his production. Patient runner, good burst through the hole, big frame, big hands, plucks the ball out of the air, can make a defender miss and break tackles after the catch. As evidenced by his 21 career receptions, or 21 receptions and 199 yards a couple of years ago. But nothing on his ability to pass. In fact, our good friend, this is why you get the Emory Hunt draft guide every year, because Emory profiles every single human in America who touches a football, with a billion different prospects. So we're going to see if Emory mentions his ability to pick up the blitz. And Emory would be the guy to have on, because Emory covers everybody, obviously, but he is a running back guy. Emory loves his running backs. He talk running backs all day long. So let's see what he's saying about Davis. The Jets pick is in. Oh, that's funny. I'm not going to say the name for anyone who but I just opened up my Emory Hunt draft guide, and it went to the last player I was on, and it's the guy the Jets picked because I didn't have the ability to get film on him. So yeah. Who are we looking at here? Isaiah Davis. All right, 6'2", 220. So here's Emery Hunt's take on the Isaiah Davis, or on the player. Gregory Hines like footwork, for those of you who are familiar with Gregory Hines. Fantastic, and allows him the ability to get in and out of the gap with ease and efficiency. Don't go looking up Gregory Hines' career stats. You'll be barking up the wrong tree. Top-notch vision and control, makes the right decision as a runner every time. The combination of the two helps him find chunk plays, helps as a return specialist. He's got like 8 returns, but either way. Unselfish, willingness to block in the run game and in pass pro. Okay, so willingness usually means the guy's going to give it some effort, but not something he does very well. It's what it usually means. Could be wrong in this case. Total weapon in the pass game is a route runner and receiver. Again, maybe they had his stats wrong. I just looked at his numbers. He averaged like 2 catches a game for 8 yards a catch. Would like to see him explode to the hole more. Times where he'll get good initial contact but won't completely power through. Tight-hipped, fluid athleticism. Yeah, but again, maybe even with Aaron Rodgers on board, the Jets are just thinking, we're going to be a running team. We're going to run it 40 times a game behind this line. And I don't know. Aaron, 2 running backs, why? I've been asking the same question since that name popped up. No idea what they're doing. Because God forbid, I was so excited about the Jordan Travis pick. God forbid I get to enjoy a draft pick for more than 8 minutes. Got to go right into a what the hell are they doing pick. What? No defensive end. They haven't taken one yet. And are they still okay? They're talking about Jordan Travis on the NFL Network. I'm gonna mute me for a second. All right, so I see the networks have just announced the pick. Quantez Stiggers out of the CFL was talking about him the other day and asked, why in the world? I don't get why players who play in the CFL, you are a pro. They must have something in place with the CFL, so the NFL can't just poach all their players. It just seems weird to draft a guy who's already played professionally, even if it is in another country in another league. But he's in the CFL, so guess what? There's not a lot of footage. Everything I've read raves about him. We actually have 1 or 2 guys on the forums at Jet Nation, who these Canadian guys who also watch the CFL, and they've raved about him during the pre-draft process, saying the Jets need to grab this guy. They're showing the highlights. Highlight reels look great, but he's showing good hands. He's elevating, plucking the ball out of the air, so he's doing some positive things. It is a need for the Jets. I said the other day that was sort of being an undersold aspect of what this team needs, because they don't have a lot of depth at that spot. You got Sauce and DJ behind them. You got Eccles, and that's it. Those are the only guys you have who play corner. I'll call you if there's another one, but so that gives, let's see. So the Jets lost a pick by trading up, and let's see if we can find him on here. Actually, yeah, he will be on here. Stiggers will, and see what ESPN scouting report says about him. It's a real shame when guys go who are just not. There's no info available on them. See, Walter Rouse just went offensive tackle from Alabama or from Oklahoma. Would have liked that more than a running back. And look, I'm going to stop talking about that now. All right, so Quantez Stiggers, playmaker, picked off 5 passes playing in the CFL last year, elevates well, plucks it out, and that's exactly what they just showed on his highlights. It stood out.
Since he's got small hands, but still makes plays. Reads the quarterback, tracks the ball well in zone. Aggressive run defender with good stopping power. Okay, so you got a nice, apparently all-around corner, guy who's not afraid to tackle, which that drives me nuts when you get corners who aren't physical and they only want to cover. But you got Stiggers, you got a guy, again, apparently per this scouting report. And this is the thing, right? I can spend all the time in the world watching as much college football as I can to get a look at as many of these players as possible. But you end up taking some guys out of the CFL last year. You're taking guys out of schools that, just they're not, it's such a low level competition that you're unlikely you're going to get a look at every guy. So that's where does that put the Jets now? Let's do a quick peek at the class as a whole with only one pick remaining now. Let's see. It's got to be rough, right? Think about this for young players. Riding high, getting drafted. A guy like Abanikanda. 12 months later, we just drafted 2 guys to take your job. Which, like I said, I loved Izzy coming out. I was really high on him, but that's a shame. So, of course, we get the Olu Fashanu pick at 11, which, again, you passed up the opportunity to grab a starter, but that's fine. You got yourself what you hope will be a 10-year starter at tackle. Malachi Corley, love that pick. His skill set matches up perfectly with what Aaron Rodgers likes to do, the quick hitters and the yards after the catch. Braelon Allen, like that pick because, I've been high on him for a couple of years now. You like the idea of adding a running back to that backfield who can run with power. You then get Jordan Travis, which one of my favorite picks of the draft. Absolutely love getting him. As I've said, look at I've been tweeting about him for probably over a year now as a guy that Jets should be looking at. Then you go with another running back, Isaiah Davis out of South Dakota State. As I said, I've seen very little of him, need to see more, but another guy who runs with power. And then Stiggers, who CFL guy that I've not seen. Sateo Lumia goes to the Seattle Seahawks. I watched him because he played tackle at Utah. I watched him a fair bit. I didn't see it. A lot of people were really talking him up, and I'm not saying he was terrible, but just watching him, there was never a point where I thought, wow, like that's okay. That's why you want that guy. So that's a Seahawks pick. And listen, that's the case. We talk about it all the time. Watching these offensive linemen, grading these offensive linemen, the way teams run their systems in college right now, you're going to see a lot of guys who spend time in space. It's a lot of there's so many quick hitters that pass pro is just almost impossible to grade with some of these schools. So he could be a fantastic player. I'm not saying he won't be. Just in what I saw, I thought, yeah, they do, but they still need roster spots. So, and they're not carrying 4. So unless they think they can keep one of them on the practice squad, you got to imagine somebody's gone. Izzy would be the odd man out. Teams like to keep their new guys. But again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they feel like they can keep one of them on the practice squad, but they're all still very young. It's not like they have any backs that are about to leave. So, yeah. Yeah, carrying 4 running backs, I can't see it, especially since they're going to be carrying 3 quarterbacks. Because you're not going to put Travis on the practice squad; he'll get plucked. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Like I hope there's a way they can keep Izzy around. I think he can be a great player, great playmaker. I remember when Pitt played North Carolina his senior year or his final year. North Carolina, former Texas coach. I was just about to say his name, and it slipped my mind. So anyway, he said Mac said that he was no, thank you. That he was that he thought he was the best running back in the country. Why is his name escaping me? Because I've been talking for forever. Mac, what's the Texas UNC head coach? I literally was about to say his name and it just went away. Who's on the clock? Oh, Kamani Vidal, Troy running back, does a good job picking up the blitz. Physical runner, can get outside, look good at the Senior Bowl. 5'7", 213, ran a 4.46, which that was even faster than I anticipated. So he goes to and the Chargers needed help at running back. There's no doubt about that. And he's a good pick. Pelican. So let's see. So now it is, where are we? Man, we got a lot of picks till the Jets are back on the clock. I might even. Should I just log off here? Since we have a million picks till the Jets are back on. I don't see them trading back up or back in. How long have we been going? We're at 4 hours, and we're in the 6th round. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. So we're looking at probably a couple more hours till we get to the final pick. I think I'm going to wrap this one up, folks. This is a very long wait till Mr. Irrelevant. We'll pop on live when Mr. Irrelevant is about to be picked. But not real thrilled right now. Not the best approach. And just like I said, a million picks until the Jets are back on the board. We're going to log off for now. Thanks for hanging in there with us when the Jets are on the clock again. And, a few minutes before, maybe at like pick 250, 255. Well, not 255. The Jets are at 257. We'll hop back on at about 250, and we'll talk about Mr. Irrelevant. Hopefully somebody we know, we're familiar with, and we can speak with some in-depth knowledge, because there's still plenty of guys out there, good players who I've watched, who I'm sure many of you have watched. So we'll see what direction they go. We'll close it up for now. We'll see you in a little while.